There we go. Awesome. There we go. Okay. All right. So we're live. Okay. Fantastic. Oh my God, Becky, I'm so sorry. All right. I did two videos today. I had to do the full length version of the final boss, and I also had to do like to clip it for TikTok, and it still ended up being like 7 minutes long. So it was a lot. But thank you all so very much for being here today. This is YouTube only. So we should be able to get in some type of fun. We'll have to see what happens. We will have to see what happens. I do know that I need to put an AirPod on so I'll be able to hear, and I'm going to try to see if we could do a little bit of MAGA hunting. But how are you all doing today? Is everyone having a great day? Keeping your foot on Trump's. No, no, no. Keeping your foot on fascist neck? Fuck a Trump supporter. All right. The fascism. Did you all hear? I did post about it in the Discord, but did you all hear that Trump was supposed to sign the 21st century housing bill? I looked it up. I was looking into it. All right, yeah, it's called the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, right? It's a bipartisan bill that they did sign. Just this week, they passed it through Congress, and it had in the House, it had 358 to 32, so 358 yes votes and 32 nays. And then in the Senate, it passed 85 yays to 5 nays. That's wicked work. So super bipartisan. Hey, you can't be all up on this on the screen today, okay? Yes, Bubba's back home, all right? But Bubba, you can't be on the screen simply because of the fact that it's some evil ass people who be watching, okay?
What type of evil people?
Like evil people, so no watching, all right?
About me?
Huh?
They say anything about me?
They bet not say anything about you be the only reason why I crash out. Like people think I crash out about stuff. I don't really crash out. All right. You be literally be like the only thing I crash out about. But back to the 21st century road to what is it? Road to Housing Act. Again, super bipartisan. All right, we haven't had bipartisan legislation like that in a very long time. And so it's like a pretty good thing to see that they can work together, right? And you know what the crazy thing is though is that where was this news at? Where was this news? Like yesterday, where was it? Monday? Where was this news? Because the first time I heard about it was simply because Donald Trump decided not to sign it into law because he was in his little feelings. He said that he wanted the Save America Act to be passed, so his voting legislation should be passed, right? In order for this housing, affordable housing for Americans to go through. All right. He wants basically the government to be bigger and intrude on people's right to vote, is what he wants to do. And so I'm simply like, the fuck is wrong with this guy? But it's the first time that we're hearing about this bill. But guess what? A federal judge said, no, no, no. Yes, a federal judge actually put into place because they put an injunction in, I believe it was last year or it was earlier this year. They put an injunction in place that said that the Trump administration could not demand proof of citizenship for people to vote, right? But today, that injunction turned into a permanent ban. And as far as I read, unless you all have an update, as far as I read, the Trump administration hasn't filed an appeal, even though based off of their history, they're most likely to file an appeal. But the thing is, guys, think about this: if this goes to the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court, if they were, because you know it's majority conservative, 6 conservative judges, 3 liberal judges. If the Supreme Court were to agree with the Trump administration, right? What they would essentially be doing is going against the Constitution because the Constitution clearly states, all right, that the states control their elections. The states control it. So how can the Supreme Court even rule in favor of the Trump administration? I wonder, like, what ideas do you have about that? I just wonder. Try and see what can we? Because there's no fucking way. There's no way. I refuse to believe that they'll rule in that way. Also, another thing is that they're supposed to be ruling this week, but it's already Wednesday. But they're supposed to be ruling this week on how to move forward with the 14th Amendment. Thank you, AC, for the $4.99 super chat, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat for AC. Thank you, friend. All right. Yeah. So I really do wonder though, like how is making me go, because it would essentially be like changing the wording of it. Because, in my opinion, I don't know if that means any damn thing, to be perfectly honest with you, but in my opinion, it is pretty clear what it actually stands for. It means that anyone who is born within the boundaries of the United States of America, okay, whether it be on a military base, because that's considered a U.S. Boundary, that's considered the United States. If it's within the actual country itself, all right, it doesn't matter, right? You're a U.S. citizen. So I just wonder how the Supreme Court is going to go on that one. Do you all think? Let me see. Can I do a poll here? Let's see. All right. Will SCOTUS agree with the Trump admin on the 14th Amendment? The first option is yes, they'll lick his ball. I'm just kidding. Yes. And then no. All right. I started the poll. Let's see what happens. I'll leave it up for a moment while I try to get the tube thing set up here. And I also have to set this part up. There we go. I wonder. Oh, somebody wants to call in? Okay. Let me open up the voice line then. Oh, Bubba, can you do me a favor and can you put that on one? The fan, the tower fan on one for me, please? Not turn it off, just put it on one. Thank you. All right, there we go. Okay, yeah. If you want to, did I put Scrotus or did I put SCOTUS? I'm for real. I'm asking a real question because I will make. Okay, I put SCOTUS. All right, because I will make a typo. I was like, wait, did I put that for real? My goodness. My gosh. Anywho, let me go here and let's see what can we find. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what SCOTUS is gonna do because yesterday, all right, they did a judgment where Clarence Thomas, and I want to talk about him too. Thank you for the flow state. Who is that? Johnny? Thank you, Johnny Pina. Appreciate the flow state. Spin that shit. Spin that shit. All right. So here's the deal. Clarence Thomas is a odd, evil creature. But first things first is that he did write the majority opinion yesterday in the case where the Trump administration, it's from 2012. So it actually stems from like the Obama admin, where a immigrant who was a permanent resident was arrested, and he was accused of doing something. I think it was selling counterfeit merchandise. He was accused of it, and what happened is the officer who arrested him placed him on immigration parole. Again, guys, this is real life news off the dome. And they placed him on immigration parole, right? And he filed a suit saying, you can't place me on immigration parole if I'm just accused of something. Like, where's my due process? Right. And so that's been moving through the courts. And in the interim, the gentleman did end up pleading guilty to selling counterfeit merchandise. But I think that's besides the point. The Supreme Court did rule that they can, in fact, do that. So you can be accused of a crime as a immigrant and without being found guilty. So without having gone through the entire court proceedings, so due process, you can, in fact, be placed on immigration parole simply because you were accused. No, no. Isn't that seriously like why we have due process? because in America you're supposed to be found innocent until proven guilty. And now we know that there is a difference. Of course, there's different justice systems for different people, different for the poor, different for the wealthy, different for black folk, different for white folk. All right. I'm starting to see even different for immigrants than it is for citizens. Like, what the fudge? What is happening here? So we'll have to see what happens. My whole thing is that I said it time and time again is that when it comes to the Trump administration, everything is a test. They like to see how far they can get with stuff. So there's that, and then we'll just have to see how it goes. Also, in news, what we have going on is four of the warehouses will remain. They purchased 11 and they're going to be selling seven of them. Remember the immigration, the concentration camps that faced a lot of backlash, like wherever they were purchased at, but some way, somehow not here in the city of Surprise, Arizona, because that motherfucker is still, it's under construction. They have a barrier in front of it now where you can't even see. And there's a gate that you used to be able to see it when you drove by, right? But you can't even see it any now because they keep that gate closed. So you can't see it from the street on one side anymore. Yeah.
How would they do that?
Because they don't want people to know what's going on over there. That's why. But okay. We all agree in regards to the poll. Will SCOTUS agree with the Trump admin on the 14th Amendment? The majority of us are saying no. 68% say no, and 32% say yes. Who the hell are the 32 percenters? Good grief. What the hell? Who are you people that think that they're going to do? Why can't I just respond to comments? Because they come like super late and it takes me a while. All right. If you want me to respond to a comment, you can send a super chat, Carolina. That's the only comment that you're going to get responded to. That's the only one for you, buddy. Anywho, you have two options. If you want your question answered, you can send a super chat or you can call in. The number is literally on the screen. It's 720-295-4868. It ain't hard to call. But let me see here. What's everyone talking about over here? But yeah, so I know that they're selling a warehouse in Michigan. The one in Maryland, I believe, is up in the air right now. Also, two in Pennsylvania. So there's that part. But two in Texas, and well, they said the one in Socorro, Texas, is going to be sold, but then it said that it wouldn't. So we don't know. Oh, Wesley, you voted no just because you're a pessimist. Thank you, Wesley, for the $2 super chat, friend. Wesley, don't be a pessimist. We have to have some type of optimism going on here, right? We got to have something going on for us here. What is happening over here? This is a liberal shit right here. Trying to see if there's any MAGA hunting going on. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Let's see what our friends up to. And I probably can bother them. Let's see, because yeah, you can definitely call in. Whoever muted that message that called, like, say he is an idiot, but he is still less of an idiot than Kamala. You don't have to delete a message like that. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to delete that. It's cool. Philip November, you said sent a $5 super chat and said, I voted yes because if they can vote against Roe and interracial marriage, then what would stop them here? Well, they haven't voted against interracial marriage. They haven't voted against that, but Roe, yes. But the thing is, Roe wasn't law. It was just a case precedent. That's it. The thing is that the 14th Amendment is the 14th Amendment. And that's something it's almost like something that's written in stone, and what they would be doing, all right, is they kind of be taking like a friggin' what's those things that you use, the tool, like a sander. They be taking like a sander to the fucking stone and like getting rid of the words, if that makes sense. And I don't that's why I think that they can't do that. They simply can't do it. So we will have to see exactly what happens there because it's going to be very interesting. And then also, in regards to the warehouses, just if I can go back there because I am doing like the news off the dome thing because I'm remembering stuff, is that basically what they're going to continue to do is what they have been doing is working with like private prisons to continue to house undocumented immigrants. And
Like the private
additionally,
prisons?
yeah, private for profit prisons, yes.
No way.
Yeah, they make money off of imprisoning people. Mhm, mhm. It's a whole racket. Billionaires. Lots and lots of money. But what they're going for profit prisons, yes, they'll be doing that. And then like the four that they have remaining, I know it's gonna be one here in Surprise, again, at least one in Texas, and I think another is gonna be in Utah. I should look that up and make sure of it. I should do that. Well, it's so much opinion going on in the chat, but it's like, what is the thing called when when the tool that you have that like will take stone and make it smooth?
I'm pretty sure that's sandpaper.
It's a sander. No, okay, that's a sander, right?
Sandpaper.
I don't know what it's called, Bubba.
Sandpaper.
It's not sandpaper though, Bubba. It's something
Yes, it
different.
is.
No, it's not. Chill out.
Mm.
Philip November, thank you again for another $5 super chat. Philip said it's about how they interpret the framing of the amendment. They have said it before. I call in and talk about it, but I don't support Agent Orange. You can call in to talk about it. I always like to have like those types of conversations because it's just better. You don't have well in this instance because we're just on YouTube. You don't have to support Trump if you want to call in. Right. I don't know if I disagree with you. My concern more so is that I don't trust the justices. Um I don't trust them because Roberts and the Barrett lady, they claim to be constitutionalists, but they aren't. And we know that Alito and what's her name? Not her name, Alito and Thomas, all right, will pretty much do anything that the Trump administration wants them to do because I honestly believe that those two are bought and paid for. So we have that. And then Gorsuch, him too. I just believe that he pretty much just goes whichever way Roberts goes. That's typically how Gorsuch goes. But he also cares a great deal about the indigenous people. And so I think it just changes everything because there was case law that they tried to base it off of from, I believe, like the 1870s in regards to indigenous people, if my memory serves me right. I we all could really just look into it. Oh, someone's calling. Hi, caller. Our aide, Mask, who's calling?
This is Philip November.
Hi, Philip. Give me 1 second. I just have to thank Wesley. Wesley, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wesley said they are building an AI data center, and yes, I'm not going to pronounce that right. All right. Silenti, how do you pronounce that? Do it phonetically for me. In Michigan, right outside of my neighborhood, which is mostly minority first time homeowners. Yeah, I don't know how they're choosing it, but the weird thing about it is they're building one like right on the edge of my city, also. Like, I don't know what's happening in Surprise or who's paying the city council, but I want to know. All right, so we can put a stop to it. Seriously, so we really could because they're building one right outside of, like, not outside, on the edge of my city. It's for Microsoft, and it's going to be huge, right in the middle of the desert, where it can get 120 degrees in the summertime, and those things have to stay cool. Who's paying for that water? We are citizens. I don't know, Bubba. It doesn't make any sense why they build one in the desert. But thank you for holding, Philip. I appreciate that. Okay, all right. What's your thoughts on the 14th Amendment? Why do you think that they're going to vote yes? Explain.
I just think they're going to vote yes because obviously um, they I don't know. Sorry,
You
I've
okay,
got so
friend?
many things trying to come in. It's like so many words just trying to bunch up. So basically, I just ever since the 14th Amendment was enacted, obviously the the slave owners were told, hey, you're on paper you're no longer allowed to own slaves, but they turned that around and said, okay, if we can't own people, we're going to charge them, and then we're going to charge them in the legal system, put them in the prisons, and then use them as free labor
Mm-hmm.
without the title of slaves. And obviously, I didn't at the time. I didn't know that you know Lincoln was killed right after the Civil War ended. Otherwise, I think he would have actually charged the Confederate soldiers. And if that played out, obviously we would be in a whole different situation. I think that the country would be a lot less racist. But
Well,
because,
we wouldn't have had
that's
Andrew
sorry, I mean,
Johnson
it's
as president because Andrew Johnson is the one who took basically everything that was meant to repair black people, the freeman community. He took everything that was meant to repair it and threw it out the window. So
exactly,
yeah, he took.
exactly. And if that didn't happen,
Hmm.
then we would be in a completely different situation. Not in its, I mean, it's not just that. It's also the fact that if Johnson hadn't taken power after Lincoln died, obviously the Confederates would have been held accountable for what they did.
Yeah.
So we would also have less um, less amounts of bigots running the government because I've had some people talk to me about this and I kind of agree with them. I don't think the Civil War really ended. I think it just went under the radar,
But
and they've
I
just
did
been
want to address something with you because I thought it when you said it, I was like, I don't think that was the thing. So like when it came to Abraham Lincoln, here's the thing. All right, Lincoln freed the enslaved out of necessity. He did it because of the simple fact is that they were losing. Like the Civil War, they were at a stalemate, all right, and it was like nothing was moving, all right, and the Union troops were dwindling down. And so basically when he signed the Emancipation Proclamation and opened up the Union Army, the military, to freedmen and allowed them to join, that increased, of course, their infantry, their troops or whatever, and it allowed them to actually push forward, leading to the Union winning the war and the South surrendering. But we all know about the famous letter that Lincoln wrote, right? Where he said if he could keep the enslaved as enslaved, then he would, or if he would free them, then he would. It was like either way for him worked. He didn't necessarily
yeah,
care.
yeah. And I was just about to bring it up.
Yeah.
I was just about to bring that up as you were talking about it. That the only reason he freed the slaves is because he saw that as the best way to win the war.
Yeah.
So it's like people give him credit for freeing slaves, but they don't realize or at least sorry, people who know the history,
Yeah.
but people who don't really look into it don't realize that the only reason that he did it was because that would have boosted the numbers of troops that he had
Yep.
on his side.
Exactly.
So it's like, yeah,
And
yeah.
then
So I mean,
also another thing
I'm
is
glad
that
we were on the same situation there.
I'm about to show it to you right now, bub. I'm on a phone call. Chill out. All right, here's the letter. You can read it. Take it from the top. That's the Library of Congress right there. Okay, but yeah, you can read it, or just copy the link and send it to yourself so you can read it on your phone. But also another thing in regards to to how Lincoln operated, again, when I say that the man truly was indifferent, he was indifferent. He didn't care. And I think that's one thing that when it comes to like the history of this country is that we do have to realize, and I know we're not talking about the 14th Amendment anymore right now, but I enjoy
Hmm.
talking about these things. Um, the thing is that Lincoln was actually planning to offer amnesty to Confederates. Like he was going to do amnesty, so basically bring them into the North, if that makes sense. He also
Oh, I
wanted
never
to,
knew that.
yeah, and he was basically his policy was of leniency. He wasn't going to be strict on them. And I think that like if he would have survived, I don't think that he would have I think what would have happened for Lincoln is that he would have tried to do the whole like reconstruction via legislation type of thing, all right, while
Do you
trying to
think he
tell
would have involved
Confederate.
them in Reconstruction?
Say that again?
Do you think he would involve them in Reconstruction, even knowing that they were traitors to the Union?
Yeah, he would have. I think he would have because at the end of the day
Damn, because
what
I mean, it makes sense that he would think that he would.
yeah. Yeah. Something for you to read here is the 1863 Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, it's
What
okay.
was going on about the?
I'll put it in the chat for you.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm on the, I was actually watching the live on my phone, and when I called you, the live stream paused for me, so I can't really look at the chat without ending the call.
Oh, okay. But
Is
it
there
is,
like
I'll
something I can?
pin it for right
Uh,
now. So you'll see it once you
can
get off.
I?
I pinned
Can
it
you?
for you.
What is it called so I can Google it?
Okay. It's called the 1863 Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction. And it actually breaks down what his intentions are, or were, I should say, what his intentions were.
I I'm sorry. I turned on my phone again and the live started up again. I
It's
know, and I'm like,
okay.
I can't listen to you, and of course having myself go in the
It's okay.
background. Can I get that name one more time?
It's okay. The 1863 Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction.
Okay. Stupid AI overview. I don't want you.
Yeah. And then also another thing is that even like during the war, he offered them pardons. He actually issued pardons, about 60, 63, 64 of them. He issued pardons. And so and those pardons included for things like treason. So
Damn.
he didn't give a damn.
So so people really give him too much credit for things
Exactly.
that they think he would have done, but never really would have.
That part. That part. And so that's why I'm like I don't give Lincoln like all of the kudos that people give him, and it's because like our schools don't teach us the real history. So it's like once we become adults and we
Well,
start,
of course not, because
oh yeah,
if they teach
racism.
the real history of everything that happened to African Americans, and you know and everything that, like, all the real atrocities that were taken or that were performed against the Native Americans,
Oh yeah.
except for everything, like other than surface level stuff, they would realize, wow, like
Mm-hmm.
this country never was great. Like everything that happened, attacking, um, trying to make settlements, or I can't remember what, but they did something to try to provoke the tribes into attacking them, so they could use that as like an excuse to go to war with specific tribes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And of course, I mean, when I learned about it, I was kind of shocked that they even gave that they even made a reservation on the Black Hills instead of what they said about that one guy who said there's gold just below the roots of grass. and the government didn't use that to try to stop the reservation from being made.
They probably didn't believe him.
So
That's
I mean,
why.
it's yeah, but I mean they, you know, well, I mean that's the government, but I don't know if the government, how much the government really bought into what was it, the gold rush, but they probably just used that as a way to try to move their territory.
Yeah. Because what we have to think about is that when they wanted something, they took whatever measures necessary. We can't forget what William T. Sherman did, all right, in the plains, right? Remember
Oh,
what he did?
absolutely.
Yeah, with the buffalo and basically killed off the majority of the buffalo population in the United States, taking
Yeah,
away not only food but
yeah, killing
shelter.
the buffalo and then
Yeah,
throwing the whole ecosystem
yeah.
into
N-
disarray, and then cutting off their food supplies.
Mhm, mhm. And so that's what we talk about when we talk about like these systemic things that they do. I that not even system that's systematic because that was strategic and it was strategic as fuck and it had an intended
It
purpose
was, yeah, it
to
was
move them out of
scary
the
about
land.
just how it was scary just how how well thought out. Well, I mean not just well thought out, but
Mhm.
how well it went for them.
Yeah.
Um,
And
the evil that they did.
And then also, it's like we have to think about things like we'll say, like one of the things, like my mutuals and I, right? We'll say like redlining is something that the government did to Black people. All right. But then we don't go into the details of redlining, right? We don't go into it. Are you on TikTok at all or Instagram?
No, I'm not on TikTok. That was even before the Ellis. I think it was the Ellis,
The Ellisons,
Lindsay
yeah.
Ellis or whatever. Yeah, before he took over.
Okay.
Um, like I once I started hearing about people doing all these stupid challenges, I'm like, TikTok is,
Yeah,
yeah,
no.
and it's bad. I'm glad people use it to try
Gentrification
to
did
spread information about Gaza, but then of course Trump gave it to the Ellises, and it's
Yep.
become what it is. But as for Instagram, I've never really been interested in stuff like that.
Yep. Let me make sure that this is the one right here. I want to share a video really
not
quick.
replace redlining. In a lot of places, it just cashed
Oh
in
yeah, go ahead.
This is just
I
about
can
for
wait.
gentrification. She
decades.
did
Groceries.
another video. There's a creator. Her name is Ashley the Baroness. So the with like two e's, so THEE. And she's absolutely amazing. I would like to be like her when I grow up, because she's absolutely just simply amazing. I'm gonna toot my own
You said
horn.
she's on Instagram.
She's on Instagram. I believe she's also on YouTube, and of course she's on TikTok. Um, when she hit 1 million followers, she did this pretty cool thing where she made a video and she like shouted out a few of her favorite creators. And I'm just gonna say, there was someone mentioned. Not gonna say any names. Yes, I am. It was me. It was me. And I was like, oh my
Well, you got to
god.
toot your own horn. You gotta take the victories where you can.
I know, right? I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my god, you're so awesome!" So yeah, but
How do you say your name? I'm on YouTube right now. I closed the live stream so I
oh,
can
her name, her
look it
well,
up without hearing it.
the one I am talking about is Ashley. So it's Ashley, and it's the
Okay.
Baroness. Let me see.
Oh, Baroness.
Yeah.
Is it spelled the same way?
Uh huh. Trying to find her redlining video. I know it's like saved. I have it saved on my regular profile on my main.
Wait, is it Barnes?
Barroness.
Oh, Baroness.
Yeah, Baroness.
Oh, okay. Okay, Ashley B.
Profile. And let's see, favorites. There
Yeah,
we
because
go.
I mean, I like hearing about these new people. I can't remember his name. My last YouTube my last YouTube account. I can't find it anymore after I got my phone replaced. But there was this one black creator. I can't remember. I can't find him for the life of me. But he's educating people, and he always ends his shorts with "We outcha."
I know what you're
I know.
talking about. I'm looking at one of his videos right now. I adore him.
Oh,
I cannot pronounce
oh
his
my
name to
God.
save my life.
Please.
Summintro, something like that. I can't
Oh,
pronounce his
please,
name.
please tell me, because I've been looking for him forever since I got my new phone.
Oh, yeah. Good grief. I don't have my glasses on. Let me know when you're ready to take it. I'll put it in the chat. Well, here,
Yeah, go
let me know when
ahead.
you're ready. All right,
Yeah, I
it's
gotcha.
SUNNMCHEAUX.
Okay.
He's awesome.
Sun Cho.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
I'm probably butchered that, but you know what? I'm just happy to finally find him again. Thank you so much.
Of course, of
Oh
course.
wow, because I missed his comments or content. My bad.
He's so awesome.
Um.
I love him because he goes over like linguistics, and so when he does that, it's pretty cool. And of course, he talks about like things like sociology and stuff of that nature. Give me
Oh
one
yeah, yeah, yeah. You
moment.
know, and
I
going.
cannot find that
I
video.
love I love his videos talking about racists hiding the ball and trying
Oh,
to
found it.
look like they're being concerned, but when they're really not.
Yeah, that's typically how
Exposing
that
people.
happens. But
Um,
the 14th Amendment,
recently,
though,
did you see?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And I was just going to tell you, like, for the 14th Amendment, I don't think that they're going to vote in line with it. And the reason why, and I hope I'm right, is simply because it would mean changing a constitutional amendment. And I don't think that's something that they're willing to do at this point in time. I think what they will do is
Well,
they will push the
if
hand of
the
like
Supreme Court can't do that, it would have to be up to the states, wouldn't
exactly.
it?
But well, it
To
wouldn't be up
change
to the
the
states.
yeah.
I think if let me get this one off. I think what they'll do is they'll have to force the hand of a constitutional convention. And so have to go through Congress
Yeah,
and
but
then
if they
have to have
do
the
that,
states
good luck trying to
ratify
do
it.
anything.
Huh?
If they seriously try doing a constitutional conference, good under Donald Trump of all people, good luck getting anything done.
No, it won't happen. But that's what they would want to do. They would try to push the hand, so put it on someone else. So we'll have to see what happens
Right.
on that one.
Actually, speaking of Donald Trump, I just saw people talking about and of course, I'm surprised I didn't even think about this because I don't give him any leeway. I
Hmm.
don't Nothing he does to me is is for anyone's virtue except for his own. But I never thought. I'm ashamed that I never thought. But somebody brought up that the pool, the reflecting pool, was actually just a money laundering thing done for his. Uh, okay, so you probably thought about that, didn't you?
Yeah. Everything he fucking
And I'm
does
like,
is a
the fact
scheme
that
to make money
everything he
somehow.
does just turns to shit,
Yeah.
and people are like, just look at what he did at the grass of the White House, the lawn, the dead grass is a perfect example of what he's doing to this country. And I keep commenting, and I made this comment because I don't know if you know the Angry Ginger, but
Yes.
he okay, I'm on his Discord server, but I went in and I made a comment because I saw this guy trying to saw this Republican senator. He's like trying to sound reasonable, but of
Uh-huh.
course we know these people. They're everything they everything they do is like, blame minorities, blame other people for everything that we are doing ourselves. But basically, my comment was,
Always a projection.
oh, okay, here it is. The modern day Christian conservative is no different than any member of the Taliban. Just look at their values. Controlling women, whether it's their bodies or if they can vote, their views on anything queer, restrictions on freedom of speech unless it's you, quote, agreeing with them, killing education in schools, letting murderers walk the streets with weapons they clearly shouldn't have, etc.
Mm-hmm.
These people are the exact thing that they critique. The only
Yes.
difference is that they don't yet have a stranglehold on every aspect of American life yet. But the thing about that is that this country is too big for them to have that kind of police force as the Taliban really does. So they have to rely on the rich funding them so they can continue dividing the people.
Exactly.
And then I went to, yeah, and Trumpism will die, but, the groups that come in after it, they'll never have the same kind of power. They'll eat each other alive because, once Trump dies, even if he has a successor, they'll never accept it because, first off, it's not Trump. But then it's like, I'm like, and I'm sure you remember this.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you've been into politics, but I'm like, I came into like the first time I could vote was when Obama was up for re-election. But then, of course, I wasn't as informed then as I am now. But then, I'm looking at it. Huh?
I said been paying attention since 2000, but I could vote the first time for John Kerry.
Oh, I was back in 2000. I was only 6 years old. I'm a 94 baby. But then, looking more into it, and it's like, just look at the clips of John McCain going up against Obama in 08. The people, the fact that he had that rally, and he had to take the microphone from that old lady to defend Obama. These political freaks were too far gone before Trump even came into the scene.
Well,
because
it started with
looking.
They were already too far gone, but that would be due to people like Rush Limbaugh, all right, and the rhetoric that he would spew, the lies he's told about Obama, and then also, of course, Fox News. I mean, they were already doing the dog whistles, the Islamophobia, and it didn't help that George Bush was still the president because we know the fear that he stoked in people because of 9/11. Like, we can't forget what happened after 9/11. The thing is that all of these things were already here within the United States of America, and they weren't truly ever buried.
They were just coming together.
They were always there. It's just people didn't say the quiet parts out loud, all right, because they had a fear of retribution. But when you are around people that you think are like-minded, you're more apt to say the shit that you really do think. And that's what was happening because they saw people on Fox News saying that stuff. All right. They saw other like politicians, all right, saying crazy stuff. And it was like, oh, well, it's okay for me to say it. And then that's why they said it. But John McCain, being the old school Republican that he was, he didn't do that. He didn't play those games.
Right. But you could see like they were just primed and waiting for someone to fit into the mold of leader that they had made beforehand.
Yeah.
They weren't led to where they are. They were just waiting for the right person to fit into the mold that they had set up.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, Trump's fat ass decided, hey, I'm gonna do it.
Well, Trump called himself their retribution. But two things. I do want to have everyone watch the video about redlining, and then also, but first, the traits of narcissism, because it's not white supremacy, it's white narcissism is a system that we live under. All right, because this is what happens. All right, we have the grandiose, I can't say that word to save my life right now, sense of self-importance. All right, and so what happens is narcissists often exaggerate their achievements and believe their presence is essential to other success or happiness, seeing themselves as superior to those around them. They always want to implement themselves into black and brown spaces, all right, because they don't think that we can do it without them. I'm just going to say it. All right,
You
the
mean
preoccupation,
self-aggrandizement?
huh? Yeah.
You mean self-aggrandizement?
Yeah, but it's grandiose. It's Grandiose. I can't pronounce it right now for the life of me.
Oh, grandiose.
Grandiose. Thank you. I don't know why. I didn't want to pronounce the I. I didn't want to pronounce the I. I don't know why. All right, but then it's also because I have to start the TikTok in at least within 9 minutes. So there's a preoccupation with fantasies. We talked about that yesterday on the live. Basically, where the sexual deviancy and like the things that they think the things that they think about, they put it onto other people. That goes along with projection also. All right, and also the belief in being special or unique. Okay, no one else can save the world. No one else can do anything. All right, except for white people. All right, and also the need for excessive admiration, the sense of entitlement, manipulative or controlling behavior, lack of empathy, arrogance and haughty attitudes, superficial or exploitative relationships. That's the main one right there. Superficial or exploitative relationships. Envy or belief others are envious. Everybody, you're just mad because you're not us. That's not a thing. All right. Difficulty with attachment and dependency. They won't leave people alone. Like I had a mutual say one time that you had segregation. Like white folks had segregation. All right. Segregation is separation by law. Right. But instead of just allowing people to be separate and to do their own thing, what happened was we had white people coming into black cities, black villages, black towns and destroying them, bombing them, right? Setting fire to them, flooding them, all right?
Yeah.
Making it so that couldn't just leave us alone. You had to make it so that we had to have not just separate water fountains, right? But why was it that the water fountains meant for black people, all right, were decrepit, had old pipes, all right, had dirty water,
Run
right?
down, yeah.
Why is it that even though it was black freedmen who pretty much started the public education system down in the South, why isn't that you couldn't allow us to have, equitable and equal separate education? It's that we had to have it in rundown buildings or no buildings at all. We had to have no textbooks or basically not just old, but sometimes textbooks with missing pages. You know what I mean? So it was like, that's their thing. That's literally their thing. They can't leave people alone. And then also chronic feelings of emptiness or vulnerability. Matter of fact, I'm keeping this up today because when those people call in today, I'm going to point to which one they're displaying on this thing right here.
Well,
But
and don't forget the fact that they try to control the way they vote with those I can't remember what they're called, the education tests or whatever that they made black people take before they could even be
literacy
allowed
test.
to
Literacy
vote.
test was a form of
Literacy tests, which some of them were obviously, preaching to the choir here. Some of those questions were logical fallacies, and people were looking at it today and they're like, oh, can't take this literacy test and see if you'd be allowed to vote back then. And so many people failed because they were deliberately made to be confusing.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And then of course watching other videos talking about the fact that the decreasing wealth gap between the black population and the white people, shrinking over time. But then of course these are short form videos. You can't bring everything up, but some of the comments on the video that I saw were like, yeah, and the lady couldn't bring it up, but they were talking about, towns of black people trying to gain equity and wealth for themselves and their communities. And of course, like you said, white people going into those communities, bombing it. And, because they can't, I don't know what it is. I mean,
Oh,
we're all human. That's why, I don't like, I don't like the word race because we're all humans. Like, the
you
only
can't
thing
escape it
different, of
though.
course, is huh?
You can't escape it. Are you white?
I am white, yes.
Okay.
So I'm like, but I'm gay, so I'm like
Well, you're part of a
they
marginalized
wouldn't.
community. It's just that it's like the thing is though is that because of the system that we do live in, your whiteness, like that, you being white has never been something that's been against you. But I do have to end the call because I am going to be starting TikTok soon, and I do want to play the
Oh yeah,
redlining video. But I want to thank you very much, Philip, for calling in. I appreciate this conversation. And we really didn't get to touch on the 14th Amendment, but I do appreciate the conversation nevertheless. And I hope you have a great day.
thank you for your time.
Of course. Of course. Have a good one. Bye. All right, guys, I do want to play this video because now I'm like, I'm obsessed with it. So I want to play it. So we're gonna listen to this one and then we'll do an intermission and so I can get started on TikTok and then we'll go from there. Oh wait, she's talking, but there's no sound.
Post-World War II planning documents, old housing files.
Let's
I was
start.
going through some post-World War II planning documents, old housing files, census reports, urban renewal notes, that sort of thing. And I found something that made me stop and go, wait, what? Because while this country was celebrating the post-war boom, the federal government was quietly tracking where Black families built wealth. Not to support it, not to expand it, of course. Just to keep an eye on it. And I realized that nobody tells us this part. So let me explain what was actually happening. Right after World War II, several federal agencies, they started making maps and reports about where Black middle-class neighborhoods were forming. Not poor neighborhoods, middle-class ones. This included the FHA, the old HOLC system, which, by the way, their redlining maps were still influencing decisions being made, the Census Bureau, the Department of Commerce, and city planning boards. And what were they tracking, right? They wanted to know where Black families were buying homes, where Black-owned businesses were growing, where Black income was rising, where Black professionals were moving. So basically, mapping Black prosperity. And the language in these reports, it wasn't positive. You'll see phrases along the lines of Negro income concentrations, areas of rising Negro prosperity, shifts in racial stability. And once those neighborhoods were identified, the pattern just becomes obvious. In cities across the country, Detroit, Chicago, DC, Atlanta, St. Louis, and plenty more, Black middle-class neighborhoods were flagged as risks to the existing racial balance. And after those neighborhoods were flagged, here's what tended to follow. Highways cut straight through them. Zoning changed to block business growth. Mortgage access tightened. Schools gerrymandered. Urban renewal targeted those areas. These weren't random decisions. They showed up right after the mapping. What the planners were worried about wasn't poverty. It was Black stability, Black families using the GI Bill, Black home ownership going up, Black business districts getting strong. Black upward mobility to them meant political power, voting power, economic influence. And the planning documents read like they were trying to keep that from growing too fast. So here's the part that made it click for me. By the 1950s, these maps were being used to justify decisions that were made to break apart Black neighborhoods, thriving Black neighborhoods, highway reconstruction, redevelopment, denial of loans, neighborhood clearance, school lines drawn to keep districts unequal. Not because the neighborhoods were failing, though, because they were succeeding. Planning boards literally described Black middle-class areas as something that needed to be managed before they influenced nearby white suburbia. So the government wasn't tracking crisis. They were tracking progress and stepping in. So here's the real takeaway. Black prosperity after World War II wasn't something that the government just noticed. It was something they monitored. And the resistance to it wasn't random. It was baked into housing policy, zoning policy, highway planning, and redevelopment. Different decade, different wording, same pattern. Track it, limit it, redirect it, contain it. And once you understand that pattern, a lot of what we see in modern housing just starts to make more sense. I was going through some post-World War II planning documents, old housing files, census reports, urban renewal notes, that sort of thing. And I found something that made me stop and go, wait.
Okay. Yeah. Monitoring spirits. Yes. So I wanted to share that video, all right, to show you that this shit is like it's systemic. And god damn it, I forgot to take the call thing off, but you heard the words. You heard the words. Okay? You heard the words. All right, my bad. But the thing is that when they plan to do something, okay, it is not by mistake. It is extremely on purpose. It is extremely on purpose. All right. Black upward mobility has always been a threat, all right, to the status quo of white narcissism. All right. You cannot do better than me. All right. I tell you one thing, right? One thing that will piss off a white person, especially one who is actively racist. All right. Because I'm going to want you to know something, right? All right. Inherently, all white people are in fact racist because of the society in which we live in. All right, because again, all right, your race does not prevent you from doing anything. All right, it's not a deterrent. It's actually promoted. It's respected. All right. However, there are white people who understand, right, what white privilege is. They understand it, and what they do is that they work, all right, to deconstruct themselves of the ideal of whiteness. All right, there are people who do that for real. Okay, the people that I'm talking about, and I rarely say this, but the people that I'm talking about are the active racists. All right, the people who seriously do think that just because of how they were born, they are somehow, some way better than the black person. They're better than me. They're better than the black person next to them. They're better than the Asian person. They're better than the what is it? And this isn't better in the sense of like, oh well, I have education or I can play this sport or like anything of that. It's not that kind of better. And I'm sorry I have to break this down to so simplify, but some people just don't get it. All right, it's seriously thinking that because of their race that they are better than the next person, that they deserve, all right, to have all of the things that life can offer just because of the color of their skin, and that they are okay with the exploitation and subjugation of other people in order to achieve those things. All right, those are the people that I'm talking about. All right. And that shit is never not on purpose. It's not by mistake. It's always by design. All right. When they target, okay, marginalized groups. But I talked for a long time. We're going to go ahead and get started over on TikTok. What I'm going to do is I have to upload a video and I'm going to play the, what is it? Oh, I should share it. Can I share this video with you all really quick? Maybe I can. I don't know. Maybe I can play it. It's no, fuck me. It's too long to play as a video. So what I'm gonna do is I'll go ahead and turn on the trailer for you. And we'll do that, and then we'll get started. And I'll open up the phone lines again, and we'll start taking people so we can do. Why are you still supporting Trump? Okay, all right. BRB, guys. Okay, and why are you still supporting Trump?
His immigration agenda.
In regards to his immigration policy, what is it that you like?
How he kicks out these worthless illegal immigrants out of our country.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What is the net negative, all right, of getting rid of undocumented immigrants from the United States of America? Please tell us.
Well, they cause a lot of crime.
Substantiate.
Proven statistics, by the way.
You sure about that?
Substantiate your claim that undocumented immigrants commit a whole bunch of crime. Because, you know, a whole bunch is definitely a metric. You have a smartphone in your hand, all right? Please provide us with some information, some data.
Texas is the only state that tracks the legal status of people that are arrested by that. But a major study by the Cato Institute found that undocumented undocumented immigrants and had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
Go ahead and read it again.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
So you do realize that you disproved yourself.
You blew it!
You know that,
No,
right?
no. They were found to do more, but they got less severe of a sentence.
No. That's not
Yes,
what
that's
you
what this
just
says.
read.
You can look up. You can look up the study, ma'am.
Commit crimes, especially violent crimes, at a lower rate than U.S.-born citizens. You just read.
Well, that's not what it's saying. It was literally about how they cause more crime,
no.
but they're still second to black people, which as myself, I am a black person.
I had a reason.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
You just read that do you want to read it? Read it a third time. I think third time's a charm. Go ahead, read it.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than the native-born citizens.
Okay. You do understand that you have to track these things by convictions, right? Because you can't track it by arrest. Do you know why?
Oh, there's more. There's more to it. They're more likely.
No. Do you know why you can't track things by arrest?
Why not?
Okay. Because anyone could be arrested for something. It doesn't mean that they did it. That's why we go by tracking it by convictions. You could be arrested for a crime. Doesn't mean that you commit the crime.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, again, based off of what you just read, you disproved yourself. All right. Undocumented immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than American citizens do.
They gave me my theme music. Erica fake, yeah, the pressure get applied.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
His immigration agenda.
In regards to his immigration policy, what is it that you like?
How he kicks out these worthless illegal immigrants out of our country.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What is the net negative, all right, of getting rid of undocumented immigrants from the United States of America? Please tell us.
Well, they cause a lot of crime.
Substantiate.
Proven statistics, by the way.
You sure about that?
Substantiate your claim that undocumented immigrants commit a whole bunch of crime. Because, a whole bunch is definitely a metric. You have a smartphone in your hand. All right. Please provide us with some information, some data.
Texas is the only state that tracks the legal status of people that are arrested by that. But a major study by the Cato Institute found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
Go ahead and read it again.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
So you do realize that you disproved yourself.
You blew it!
You know that, right?
No. They were found to do more, but they got less severe of a sentence.
No. That's not
Yes,
what
that's
you
what this
just read.
says. You can look up the study, ma'am.
Commit crimes, especially violent crimes, at a lower rate than U.S.-born citizens. You just read.
Well, that's not what it's saying. It was literally about how they cause more crime,
No.
but they're still second to black people, which as myself, I am a black person.
I had a reason.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
You just read that do you want to read it? Read it a third time. I think third time's a charm. Go ahead, read it.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than the native-born citizens.
Okay. You do understand that you have to track these things by convictions, right? Because you can't track it by arrest. Do you know why?
Oh, there's more. There's more to it. They're more likely.
No. Do you know why you can't track things by arrest?
Why not?
Okay. Because anyone could be arrested for something. It doesn't mean that they did it. That's why we go by tracking it by convictions. You could be arrested for a crime. Doesn't mean that you commit the crime.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So again, based off of what you just read, you disproved yourself. All right. Undocumented immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than American citizens do.
They gave me my theme music. Every good fake, yeah, the pressure get applied.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
His immigration agenda.
In regards to his immigration policy, what is it that you like?
How he kicks out these worthless illegal immigrants out of our country.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What is the net negative, all right, of getting rid of undocumented immigrants from the United States of America? Please tell us.
Well, they cause a lot of crime.
Substantiate.
Proven statistics, by the way.
You sure about that?
Substantiate your claim that undocumented immigrants commit a whole bunch of crime. Because, a whole bunch is definitely a metric. You have a smartphone in your hand. All right. Please provide us with some information, some data.
Texas is the only state that tracks the legal status of people that are arrested by that. But a major study by the Cato Institute found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
Go ahead and read it again.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
So you do realize that you disproved yourself.
You blew it!
You know that,
No,
right?
no. They were found to do more, but they got less severe of a sentence.
No. That's not
Yes,
what
that's
you
what this
just
says.
read.
You can look up the study, ma'am.
Commit crimes, especially violent crimes, at a lower rate than U.S. born citizens. You just read.
Well, that's not what it's saying. It was literally about how they cause more crime,
No.
but they're still second to black people, which I am a black person.
I had a reason. What was the reason? What was the reason?
You just read that do you want to read it? Read it a third time. I think third time's a charm. Go ahead, read it.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violence.
Boom. Hi, tubers. I'm back. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I don't know why I want to say Thursday, but happy Wednesday to everyone. Thank you all so very much for being here, because this music's loud. I can tell. There we go. That's better. Okay, welcome in. Thank you all so very much for being here, because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you are here with me, and I appreciate you. Thank you again. So with that being said, let's make sure that we are doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. All right, if you're over on the TikTok, let's make sure that we are tapping that screen, sharing the live, reposting, keeping that comment section going, and knocking out those gift goals. Doing all of this helps shows the engagement, and it keeps us on the FYP so that we can have these conversations. I do want to let you know, TikTok, usually I will upload like a short clip, but the clip that I uploaded today is about 7 minutes long. And when I tell you, it's worth it. It is so worth it. So please, once you have a moment, do take a look, a gander. All right. Like, comment, and also repost. I'd appreciate it. Also, hi, tubers. We're back again. All right. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate each and every last one of you. All right. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get straight into it. All right. If you're over on the tube, let's make sure that you are liking the stream. You're reposting or sharing if you can. Also, if you're new, you're subscribing and keep that comment section going. And guys, if you would like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everythingwitherica9@gmail.com. All right. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. I do want to take a moment to thank Jonna. Thank you so very much to Jonna for the $20 Venmo earlier. Jonna, I am having a fantastic day, friend. And I definitely hope that you are having a great day also. And you also mentioned that Trump said he wouldn't pass the housing bill because he wants the SAVE Act to pass. Yes, ma'am. That is exactly what he said. So I think we can just go into news with that. All right. And let me turn on the YouTube line. There we go. Okay, let me get this part out of the way and then we're going to go there. Okay, so if you are over on the tube and you are a Trump supporter, by all means, you can call the number that is on your screen. It is 720-295-4868. Again, 720-295-4868. Is glitchy? No, I hope not. All right. And if you're over on the tube, you can go ahead and request up. If you're a Trump supporter, you're the demographic of people that the chat wants to hear from. So there's that. And we actually have someone, but I do want to talk about what Jonna sent what she sent a dono for. Hi, Daniel. Are you a Trump supporter?
Heck yeah, I am.
Okay. And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. All right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
I think he's been doing a really great job, and I'm Jewish, so that really means a lot. I don't like most presidents.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what year were you born in?
April 22nd, 2006.
What are the last 4 digits? I'm sorry. What are the last 4 digits of your social?
Well, pause.
Why are we pausing? You just gave me your whole birthday when I just asked for the year. I'm just messing with you. You don't have to give your whole birthday. I just wanted the year.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2006. So let's say you want my social security number. I mean, I'll probably hand it over. No problem. I'm actually stealing someone's identity right now. I'm off the grid.
You're not off the grid if you.
Yes, I am.
Daniel, please. Okay, Daniel. All right. Why do you bring up your ethnicity in this
Oh,
whole matter?
Since this is America, and so being Jewish, I actually did see more. This is all these anti-Semite laws. And if you're Jewish in America, you get more than the average American.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I live in Florida right now. I'm in Florida, and I get all these tax benefits because I'm Jewish.
What tax benefits do you get simply because you're Jewish?
Well, it's not like tax benefits, but I get taxpayer dollars. Like the government will send me money, and then if someone's anti-Semite to me, I can just sue them. Search it up.
Ridiculous.
Miami, Florida. Search it up.
This is what we start the live off with today, guys. You want me to argue that with you? Because
No, I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying. I mean, I just like to know it's Jew York City, but I don't really like Madami. I don't really like
Madami. I care
Madami.
that you don't like Mamdani, and it's Momdani. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I don't know how to say the last name. All I know is that he's the mayor of Jew York City. Zoran, Jew York City. I don't freaking know. My wife's boyfriend voted for him, so.
Did you just say your wife's boyfriend?
Yes.
I just want you to go figure out life. You're 20, bro. Go figure out your life and get the fuck out of here. Go back off the grid. Go do that. What was that? I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't have to. I don't have to. This is a weird place. Like, stay off the grid, please. I'm off the grid while being on the grid. There's that part. Off the grid while being on the grid. I don't care anymore. Anywho, we have a person in the request. Let's see. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
25.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
So I live in Texas, and Biden was letting in all those illegal immigrants, and I was not feeling safe since they were committing crimes. And Trump was doing a good job at the border in his first presidency, so I went with him.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. That you did say a lot. I'm just processing it to make sure that I understand. Okay, you said that Donald Trump, you said that they were committing a lot of crimes is what you said. And then also you said that Donald Trump was doing a good job with the border in his first term. You know that's not
I did.
true though, right? Cuz
Can you show me where?
there's a Cato study that actually focuses on Texas because Texas is, I think, if not the only state, then one of a few states that tracks people arrests via their immigration status. And what we see is that in Texas is that undocumented immigrants, all right, are actually convicted at a lower rate for violent crimes. I believe it's half the rate of U.S. citizens. And that's per a
Yeah, because all
Cato
them
study.
damn niggas committing murders.
Oh, there we
Damn
go.
nigga.
And that is why your mom right now is scissoring, all right? Is scissoring with Shaquana, okay? And Shaquana two sons are making your mother very happy because they're giving her children that she can be proud of. So there's that part. Anywho, get creative with your racism. That's all that we're asking. Get creative with your racism. It is not hard. You all just lack the ability to do it.
Yo, what's up?
Hunter, are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
18.
I'm sorry, how old?
18.
18? Okay, why are you supporting Trump?
Yeah, because, well, his economic policies are pretty good. I would say that I support Trump in virtue of his economic policies because there's a sound argument in favor of the proposition that the Big Beautiful Bill is the greatest economic policy ever.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and when I say
It
greatest or
wouldn't be,
best here,
though.
it's going to be ordinal to the relevant alternatives. If you'd like to just hear the argument, I can give you.
No, we shouldn't be doing the funding cuts for the SNAP program or for Medicaid and Medicare, right?
Wait,
Because of the simple fact that it's not just going to be about people, the government saving money per se. All right, it's going to be about the additional costs, all right, that people are going to put onto the systems at play here. All right, like the healthcare system. All right, because what happens when people don't have insurance, right? Actually, I can even start further, like before that. All right, what happens to a person? Let me
that's
finish,
cool
please.
and all.
No, that would be
Well,
part
I
of your
was-
thing.
I
You
was-
said that his economic policies, all right, are
Yeah, but-
beneficial, but what you haven't taken into account, and I can already
I didn't
tell.
actually, I did not say that. I never said that.
No, I said what you haven't taken into account, and I can already tell, all right, is that you haven't taken into account the actual effects of his economic policies. All you've done thus far is like just know and tell me I'm wrong. Because
Well,
if you tell me
I
that, if you
told
tell
you.
me I'm wrong, then I'm gonna ask you to explain, all right, the impact on the health system from a person, let's say who has kidney disease, who can't have their special diet anymore because they don't have access to quality food because they lost their SNAP
Yeah.
benefits,
But
and then they
you
can't
do
get
realize
access
that-
to healthcare
wait.
because they don't have their Medicaid.
The burden of proof is on me to establish why it is the case that it is the greatest economic policy
Yeah.
ever, or it is the best economic
You
policy
can tell
ever.
me
But then
why.
you can,
I just know I don't
yeah,
agree
but
with
then
you.
you continue to give reasons in favor of why it is not, the best economic policy. It seems like the burden of proof is on me to establish why it is the greatest, as opposed to you making a counter argument in favor of why it's not.
No, I just know
So-
that it's not the best. You can give your reasons as to why.
Yeah, I can. The conclusion would follow validly from the press set of
Go ahead.
premises. Yeah, so premise one, if there's no logical contradiction with the Big Beautiful Bill being the greatest economic policy, then it's logically possible that the Big Beautiful Bill is the greatest economic policy. And then you can just affirm the antecedent, and the conclusion should
Lord
follow by
Jesus
way of modus
Christ.
ponens, as developed by Aristotle.
Can
in the
you
late
just
3rd century
say
BC.
why you think it's the best economic policy, please?
That's I was doing that exactly.
Like, Dean is live right now.
Yeah, he would never let me up because he's scared
Go.
of me. He
Go
let me
talk
up
to
one
him.
time and he got scared. And he got
You
scared
two
to
like to
debate
do
me.
that Phil bro shit. Go talk to him.
No, he got scared to debate me. I can't speak to him because he's scared to debate me.
Okay,
I
then
swear to
just
God,
get
he's
to your
scared.
point. I'm not him. Go talk to him if you
Okay,
want to do
well,
the Phil
I'm
bro
trying.
shit.
I'm
Just
trying to get to my
say what
point.
it is that you mean.
What part didn't you understand? Was there any big words in there
You
that you didn't
literally
understand?
all you said was it's the greatest economic policy. That's
That's
all
actually
that you
I
said.
said that. I said that at first, and then I gave you, the argument. I didn't finish with the argument, but I laid
haven't
out
given any
the first two
argument.
premises. I laid out the first two premises in the conclusion, and
where
did
you
you
pretty
understand
much
both?
repeated the exact same thing that what your claim is.
Nope,
That's
that's
all you
actually not what I.
did.
That's actually not what
Go
I
ahead,
did.
say it again.
You're
Say it again.
so you're completing. So first of all, when you said
Say it
that, I was saying the
again.
exact same thing. Well, would you like me to, correct
Say
your
it
low-level elementary
again.
blunder? Sure.
Why do you
So
think it
premise
is the
one.
best one?
So premise one, if there's no logical contradiction with it being the best, then it's logically possible that it is the best. And then affirm the antecedent would be the second premise, and the conclusion would follow in modus
You're
ponens.
basically saying the same thing. You're basically saying, prove me
No.
wrong that it isn't the best policy. That's all that you're doing. What evidence do you have to substantiate?
So
what are you
you're
going to
conflating sense
substantiate
and
your claim with, sir?
You're conflating when you said it's the same. You're conflating sense and reference. Would you like me to embarrass?
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, y'all. My apologies, chat. My apologies. If you wanted that to happen, it wasn't going to happen over here. All right? Because all he was saying was the exact same thing. And at the end of the day, he was saying, prove me wrong. That's all he was saying is prove me wrong. And I'm like, well, if you're going to make an argument, then you have to substantiate the argument. All right? What is your actual argument? Elaborate, please. That's all he had to do was elaborate, and he didn't do it. Therefore, I don't give a fuck. Okay, anywho. Oh, welcome in, Joy Ray. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here, Chorizo Gang. All right, make sure you guys do all of the good things while you're here. Tap the screen, share the live, repost, make that comment section go. And let's go ahead and knock out the rest of these cherries. Okay, we have 45 of those left. Also, guys, if you would like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Thank you all in advance for everything that you do, because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. All right. Also, I saw someone in the chat say that the new video is good. Thank you so much. That's my excited voice. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and continue on. We have Financial News 2026 on the panel. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I didn't realize you were just calling up Trump supporters. I'm sorry. So
oh, you want to talk to that Phil, bro?
No, that guy. Come on, you should just say it's the greatest thing and then never back anything up. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Right?
Exactly.
Like,
it's like you just.
It might be one of the worst pieces of legislation that was ever passed.
Yeah.
I mean, with everything with ICE and the Medicare and all the things it's like the worst. So I don't know what there's nothing to support him about right now.
Nothing.
There's nobody out there that's real, right?
No.
Well, I'll let you go. I hope you can find. Well, there's nobody to debate, but if you could keep plugging.
All right, I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for coming up. You have a great day.
All right.
Awesome. Drop some hearts in the chat for Financial Times. Okay, guys, we're just going to bring this person up for just a moment. Maybe they won't load and they'll make my day. Oh, fuck, they load. Ugh. All right. Hey, Popcorn, do you got my money?
What in the world would I owe you money?
Popcorn?
Are you going to run?
Do you have my money, Popcorn?
Again?
You don't have my money, Popcorn?
You owe me money. You got cooked.
Popcorn? What about Nemo?
Matt got cooked too. Nemo got cooked too.
Oh, really?
Just like Dean and Parker.
Yeah.
Dean and Parker got cooked. They owe me $500 each.
Sure,
That's
Jan.
why they're running from me, because they didn't want to address the fact that they owe me money.
Everyone's
just like the last guy. Anyway, just wondering.
Okay, he's not smart enough for this. Anywho.
Call from
Terrell.
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, love. All right, I'm just looking to speak to Trump supporters, but thank you so much for calling in. You can keep watching,
I'm sorry,
though.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing this. This is like a really important thing to be doing right now. I listen to you all the time. I randomly found you, and I subscribed, and I was like, oh, I love her. She's doing great work. And I appreciate you because you deal with these stupid fucking people, especially that kid who just called. He sounded like he was like 16, and he was reading from a paper, and it's like literally all you said was that if there is no contest to the big, beautiful bill being the best bill, then we have to assume that it is the best. So therefore, if you're not arguing that it's the best, then it's the best. And that made absolutely no sense to me at all.
It was circular because you just kept saying it was the best. That's it.
Right.
That's silly.
And then he was getting mad. Oh, it was the way. I'm sorry. I just
It's
had
okay.
to. I had to say this because it pissed me off because he tried to like insult your intelligence and he sounded like he was 12. But it was the way he said, "Oh, what was wrong? Were there any big words in there that confused you, bitch? All you said was antecedent. Like that was not a big word, baby. You learned that in 5th grade. Like chill out."
Yeah, if you play
Anyways,
into
I'm
every
sorry.
single thing that they say, you never actually have any conversation. But I do thank you so much for calling in, friend, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Bye. Awesome. Drop some hearts in the chat for that caller. All right, guys, keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. Keep tapping the screen, sharing, reposting. If you're over on the tube, subscribing. And I want to say thank you to S. Dizzy Do Right. Hi, friend. S. Dizzy said the Phil Bros are always Phil Bros. Good wordplay. Get emotional because nobody wants to sit and listen to vocabulary words and argue semantics. I'm not about to have an argument of semantics with you. I'm just not doing it. I don't want to. All right. I don't want to. Also, I don't argue with children because I don't even argue with my own. So there's that part. Also, holy shit. Guys, can we get a whole bunch of hearts in the chat? Thank you, Frey, for the fireworks. Spin that shit. Did you mean to do that? Thank you so much to GT for the 50 memberships over on the tube. Holy smokes. Thank you so very much. Guys, if you got a membership from GT, you better say thank you. Spin that shit. Spin that shit. All right. All right, made me want to do the dance. That's friggin' awesome. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate that, guys. As a member, you do get access to the Discord, so be sure to check out the link in the bio. It's a never expiring link, so it should work. You should be able to, you'll get access to the Discord after you agree to the rules. You just have to let me know that you are a member, and I'll update your status. And there's movie nights that at some point I have to do. We did do a thing one time with Solid's thing, all right? But I feed off of like what you guys want. So if you tell me that you want it, I will make it happen. That's just how I operate. So you have to open your mouth. Talk to me now. Talk to me. All right. But thank you so much. That's so freaking awesome, GT. Appreciate you, friend. All right. And also shout out to Maris. Maris sent the high five. High five. Thank you, Maris. I appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Maris, y'all, and tell Maris to spin that shit. Spin that shit. You guys are freaking awesome. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. And again, if you'd like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica's the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Again, thank you all so much because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. All right, let's get into the next panelist here and let's see what happens. Hi, The Light. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, all right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
So I have a multitude of reasons. I'm probably going to focus in on a couple specific ones, black specific. We could talk about squatters' rights. We could talk about gentrification done by immigrants. We could talk about the border. I mean, there's just many macro things that Trump has done that I feel benefit the black community.
Okay, so is your focus pretty much is on immigration though?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I can understand that part. Okay. All right. But why a focus on immigration? How has that like impacted, not even you, how has that impacted the black community in a negative way?
Yeah, so there's been multiple studies done that show that immigration in black neighborhoods actually accelerates gentrification and leads to the displacement of native black residents. Furthermore, we can even talk about business ownership. If you live in a black neighborhood, you know that the stores in the neighborhood are often owned by immigrants from other countries, while black Americans don't have the same opportunities to own our own businesses.
Oh, but you do know why that is. All right.
Yeah,
This happened around
historically,
the
sure.
40s or the 50s. It was around that time where when they started giving out the business loans, where black people weren't even able to get the small business loans to open up our own businesses within our own community, but they were giving the business loans out to like the Korean immigrant and to the Chinese immigrant. All right.
Yeah,
So
I'm aware of the reason.
that was a systemic thing though. All right. We can't blame the immigrant for taking advantage of something that the system afforded them. All right. Shouldn't we be upset with the system and not, so basically the government and not the immigrant?
Well, I mean, we can't retroactively go back in the past to ascertain blame. I'm focused on what's happening in the present.
But aren't black people actually owning more small businesses now more than ever? We know that
Yeah,
during the
the
Biden administration that more small business association administration loans were given to black people than within the last 30 years.
well, actually, it started under the Trump administration.
Okay, he can have it.
Yeah, so it started between 2017 and 2022. Our business ownership rate jumped 63%. Yet the black dollar still doesn't circulate because a lot of our local businesses are owned by immigrants who keep reinforcing their numbers through immigration and gentrifying our neighborhoods.
No. What evidence do you have to actually support that? Because are you sure it's the immigrant that's coming in and gentrifying our neighborhoods and not the white people, like via opportunity zones? Because Donald Trump promoted opportunity zones, and that was a form of gentrification. And also,
So I
I
have
don't think immigrants gentrify. Immigrants move in, but they don't gentrify. There's a difference there.
Yeah, so I have two studies. I have one that focuses on black immigrants, and I have one that focuses on overall immigrants. Both are prevalent to me because I am a foundational black American. So the first study that focuses on black immigrants is titled "Black
Hold on
Immigrants
one
Attract
moment. Give me a second. I'll take it down. You said black immigrants.
Attract White Residents to Neighborhoods." It's from Ohio State.
Is it peer reviewed?
Yes, it's peer reviewed in the Russell Sage journals. So in this study, you'll find a line where it says black immigrants lead to rising rents and the displacement of native black Americans. And I can give you another study that broadens this focus to all immigrants.
Hold on one moment. Reading about it. Okay, let's see here. So why did it say that this causes when black immigrants move into native black neighborhoods, it causes an influx of white people to move in? What was the reasoning behind it? Like, what did they find?
So they found that this a proposition that the researcher put was that black immigrants may sidestep some of the racism, but they also found that this was more of a quantitative study looking at the increase. They didn't give qualitative descriptions of why this may occur. I'm just focused on the fact that it's occurring, and they found a positive
You mean
association.
quantitative or?
No, the descriptive factors would be qualitative. They gave quantitative numbers
They
to
gave
show the
quantitative numbers,
actual.
but not qualitative. But with you being the one who read the study, all right, would you be able to make those qualitative interpretations to say why? Because we already know how it is. Again, all of this goes back to the system, all right, that's at play here, all right? I call it white narcissism, and so do some other people. You may call it white supremacy, right? But with that being said, the thing is that we already know the divide and conquer technique that happens, right? All right. Because what they do is that they put the black immigrant on a pedestal and tell the black immigrant that they're better than the black American, is what they do. We already know that. All right. So again, right, they tokenize the black immigrant, all right, and they say that they feel more comfortable around the black immigrant than they do around the native born black person here in the States. So for the purpose of this conversation, so I don't have to use all those damn words and euphemisms and whatnot, for immigrants, we'll say black immigrant, and for Americans, we'll say black Americans, okay? Just for the purpose of this conversation. Is that cool?
Yeah, yeah. So from my understanding, I would say that it's less about the actual social order. I'm more focused on the actual economic things, on the actual like implications of this. So regardless of whether it's white tea narcissism or white tea supremacy to blame, the fact is that if you have an influx of immigrants that are opportunity seekers into historically disadvantaged black neighborhoods, they're going to push out the historically disadvantaged black people that built these neighborhoods. We've seen it in Minneapolis, we've seen it in Houston, we've seen it in New York, we've seen it in St. Louis. So any
Which are
policy
still
that limits
predominantly black,
immigration,
though. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Any policy? Go ahead.
yeah, so any policy that would limit legal pathways to immigration would benefit black Americans, just like it did in the 1920s.
You know, I don't agree with you. But let me read this one off here and then we'll get right back into it. Thank you to Trima V for the $5 super chat. Trima said, Erica, he's lost and ill informed. I remember him from Santana's live. He never has credible sources. The source that he provided, Trima, I appreciate you, friend. By the way, drop some hearts in the chat for Trima, y'all. Thank you so much. Guys, you can check out the links in the bio, and if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat, and thank you all so much because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. The thing is that this one that he did provide, it has been peer reviewed. All right. And so I'm not going to say that it's not credible, but I do think that there is almost a misinterpretation. Thank you for the galaxy. Spin that shit. Here's the deal is that even within the study that you have cited, all right, and you want to focus on the numbers part of it, all right, is again, it goes back to systemic racism and also biases, all right, that are held within white narcissism. All right, because it even talks about the social hierarchies, all right, in which they place like black immigrants and black Americans. All right. So we have that part. And again, also another thing is that, and this might be a pivot and you can let me know, but with you being FBA, all right, like, why are you for the liberation of black people? Yes or no? I'm going to ask you that question.
Yeah, I'm for the liberation of black Americans.
You know, you can't have the liberation of just black Americans without having the liberation of black immigrants, because in order for anyone, all right, especially black people, all right, in order for anyone black to have liberation, to have that real freedom, all right, we all have to be free. We can't just have one sect be free. It don't work that way.
No, I think it absolutely does. That's just a motivational quote.
Why? Why do you think that it does?
Yeah, so we could be free here in America and Africa could still be struggling. That there's no correlation.
There would be a correlation in that, sir. And the reason why there would be a correlation, all right, because the things that they do over there, all right, to people in Africa, all right, they can and have done to people over here, black Americans in the US. All right, like, what is freedom to you? I want to have a real conversation with you. What is freedom to you? What that look like for the black American?
So for black Americans, I would say us owning the majority of our businesses, circulating the black dollar, and increasing home ownership rates, so we actually have control of our destiny. That has nothing to do with black people from other countries. None of our goals have anything to do with black people from other countries.
It does.
It's all about black Americans.
You want to know how?
Okay, so tell me how black people from other countries can increase our home ownership rates.
How they can increase our home? No. You misconstrue when I say what it does. All right. Because if they're subjugating the black people in Africa via imperialism, so colonization, and also, let's say, intervention, if they're doing that, what they're doing is that they are robbing those people of their opportunities, of their resources. And guess what they do? All right. They seek out where the opportunities and the resources are. So what they do is, all right, is that they travel and they immigrate is what they do. All right. And guess what that does for you here as a black American? All right. It does the exact opposite of what it is that you want. You think that you're keeping the black immigrant out, but really what you're doing by being anti-immigration is that you're just opening the door wider for them. All right. And then also another thing is that you're not looking at the actual root cause of it all. Right. You've allowed, all right, white narcissism, all right, to make you think that the immigrant is the problem when they're not the problem. They're just trying to live a better life just like you want to live a better life. That's it.
I actually do agree with that original point, that first point that you made. I actually do agree with you on that aspect that we do need to take more preventative measures and invest in these countries to prevent them from wanting to seek migration here in the first place. That's something that we could probably agree on. But painting the black immigrant or just immigrants as a whole as just like unsusceptible victims who just, oh, let me just come over here and I don't know what white supremacy is. I'm just gonna. These are people who are very aware of the racism that they perpetuate against black Americans. The
And it's not
Mexicans, the
racism.
Asians, the Africans, the Caribbeans, they all do it.
Only
They're
white
very
people.
active participants.
Only white people can perpetuate racism. Anything else, anyone else doing it is going to be anti-black. So anti-blackness. Only
So
white people can
Asians cannot be
perpetuate.
racist to black Americans.
They could be anti-black.
Okay, we just have a fundamental disagreement there. If an Asian calls me the N-word, he is racist. That's
They're
not anti-black,
anti-black.
that's racism.
Because Asians are also a marginalized community within the United States of America. So we have
How are
that.
they?
You have to think about it. All right. Did Asians create the system of a white supremacy?
No, they didn't create it, but I don't see how that has any relevance. They perpetuate it, and they're the richest group, ethnic group in America today.
So do you think that
So
black
they're not
people can be racist?
marginalized. No, I don't think that black people can be
Okay.
racist.
Let's make it sure. When I say black people, I mean the black immigrant. Do you think that black immigrants can be racist?
No,
Okay. All right. Cool. I just want to make
that's
sure.
more xenophobic.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
No,
so I mean,
be xenophobic, but yeah. Go ahead.
so the definition of marginalized to me would be more predicated on economic standing. And we see in America that Asian Americans actually have the highest economic standing of any ethnic group or race or class or anything like that. So I would never classify them as a marginalized group. I
But
mean, I feel like
money,
that's just putting us down.
but amongst Asians, they also have the largest wealth gap between them too. You know that part, right? So they have the largest wealth gap within their own intraracial group. Additionally, another thing is that wealth doesn't negate marginalization. All right, I think you already know what I'm about to say. All right, what name do you think I'm about to say? I'll give you three options. Am I going to say LeBron, Serena, or Beyonce? Which one do you think I'm going to say? Or Oprah? Which do you think I'm about
Probably
to say?
Beyonce.
Beyonce.
Probably Beyonce.
Okay, I do love Queen Bee. I do. All right, so I'll go with Beyonce. I actually was gonna say LeBron, but wealth doesn't negate racism because of the simple fact of the matter is that we have medical racism that exists, and there are studies that show that even despite your socioeconomic status, all right, that Black women are still likely to experience a higher rate of maternal mortality than white women. Right. So again, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Racism is racism and it exists. It don't buy you out of it. And the reason
So
why I
do you
mentioned
believe?
Beyonce is because she experienced medical racism when she had her twins. She almost died giving birth to them. And her calls for like help, they didn't necessarily go unanswered. It's just she wasn't taken serious. And the same is the case with Serena Williams, where she actually started hemorrhaging. And her white husband, all right, had to basically yell at the nurses and doctors in order to get her some help. That's just a really short
Yeah.
version.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. It is unfortunate the reality black women have to face in this country.
Mhm.
Yet I focus more on economic issues when we're talking about the actual things that we face. So I would never group us into a person of color, marginalized group thing. The black American experience is very specific to black Americans. The black Americans need very specific things. So me pointing out that our corner stores are owned by Asians and Arabs is very relevant to the black American experience and our economics. So are you this is my question. Are you comfortable with other minorities owning the black dollar?
No, I want for us to own the black dollar. But then we'd have to also think about different ways about how that can be accomplished. And I don't think that that would be excluded because at the end of the day, what happens is that when it comes to black people within the United States of America, all right, when it comes to spending those greenbacks, all right, They don't care that it came from a black African or it came from a black Brazilian or a black American. All right. All they care about is that it's green and it's real. That's it. All right. Because they lump all of our money in together. They don't separate our money. All right. You know that. They don't separate our money.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. So I
Okay.
just want to give
So
you a quick hypothetical
hold on one
to
moment. I'm not a
test it.
huge fan of hypotheticals, by the way. I just want to let you know that. I just wanted to say you this. I think it's about 6 minutes. Is it 6 minutes that the black dollar stays within the black community?
No,
Right. So
I think it's 6 hours.
6 hours. Thank you, love. So it's 6 hours. All right. And so with that being said, that includes the black African dollar and again the black Brazilian, all right, the black Cuban. It includes all of the black dollars. All right. So I think a greater conversation would be, all right, how do we actually keep the black dollar within the black community? All right, do we go and we talk to these bodega owners or these store owners? All right, these corner store owners, the market, the quesadillas, like whatever it is. All right, do we go and talk to them and see, okay, what's the price? Or do we come together, all right, and maybe do a co-op to see how we can build within our own communities, learn zoning laws, all right, learn accounting, all right, do those things. All right, what do we do? Because I'm not blaming the immigrant for anything. You're never going to get me to blame the immigrant for shit, especially in this system. I'm not doing it because it's not the immigrant's fault.
Okay, so I mean, I just find it interesting. So you agree on the premise that the black dollar needs to circulate, but you won't blame the people who are capturing the black dollar. So your now solution is to say that we should either build from scratch or we should pay these people out
Get
of
them
our
out of there.
neighborhood. Right?
Money talk, don't it?
Yeah. So I would rather allow the government to do my job for me, which is why I support Trump putting pressure on immigrants to go back to their countries. I mean, it's just a beautiful thing watching black communities regain their sovereignty. So, I mean, you would never get me to support an immigrant. Like I said earlier, these are not just unknowing like victims who just come in and say, oh, well, I guess I'm just going to go to the black community now and start a business. No, these are very racist people. These are very intelligent people who are opportunists who come to our communities to exploit us. So I just find it hard to classify you as pro-black if you support immigrants. I think it's very anti-black American, very anti-FBA.
You call it what you
I
want,
think we
but
need to
it's
get
not
your
that.
priorities straight.
You call it what you want, but that's not what it is. I just am not going to be an agent of white supremacy or white narcissism, all right, and be upset with another marginalized person, all right, for simply wanting what everyone wants, all right, which is a piece of the pie. Because the thing is that white supremacy, white narcissism, it tells people, all right, that there's not enough room for everybody at the table, when in fact there actually is. Everybody can eat. All right. But when you have a system that purposely, all right, prevents you from actually doing something, or not even prevents you, that makes it harder for you to achieve something, why the hell am I going to be upset at the person, all right, at the immigrant, okay? Because of the simple fact that the system, some way, somehow has made it easier for them, because what they want to do, again, divide and conquer is what they want to do. All right, you're focused on the fact that the immigrant, all right, is the problem, all right, where you're not seeing that right now what they're doing, and you already know this, all right, is that we got Donald Trump refusing to sign a housing bill, an affordable housing bill, because he wants a bill for proof of citizenship, one of your immigration things to go through. All right. But this same bill would actually change the credit requirements for people to be able to buy a house. All right. That's what it would do. They passed it this week. All Trump has to do is sign it. It will change the credit requirements to buy a house. And we know, unfortunately, that historically, Black people, all right, Black Americans, if you will, all right, have had lower credit scores, unfortunately. But Trump don't want to sign it because he wants people to provide proof of citizenship in order to vote. When we know for a fact that that's not even a friggin' issue. So what are we doing here?
Yeah, I would have to look more into that. But
you want to look
sticking
more
to the
into
point,
it? Okay.
yeah, I would have to look more into that. But Malcolm X most
Don't
famous
you
quote is by
dare
any
in
means
your life do
necessary.
not do that. Don't hey, listen, I don't do too many crash outs. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, but I'm gonna stop you before you start. Don't quote Malcolm. Don't quote, because Malcolm, all right, before he was assassinated, before he was killed, all right, he believed in uniting the diaspora, all right? Malcolm X believed that in order to have liberation for black people in the United States of America, all right, you need to have liberation for all black people. So don't you, a person who does not believe in that, don't quote Malcolm. Don't do it. I appreciate you. Don't do that.
All right, so I won't quote Malcolm. I just have a quick question for you. Do you support the boycotts of Asian businesses
Yeah,
connected to
actually I do.
the
Do you
Rick
see
Chow
my
case?
nails? Do you see my nails? I've had these nails
Yeah.
since May 23rd. May 23rd. I have some acetone. I need to go take them off. All right. I got some acetone upstairs, so I need to go take them off myself. Right. But I haven't. I may do it tonight. But do you see my nails? Yes. Yes. I support it.
Yeah, so
And I'm looking for a black
don't
nail
you think
tech
that's
in
a
the Phoenix
contradiction?
metro area. One moment, sir. If you know a black nail tech in the Phoenix metro area that has availability like within the next week, please let me know, because the person that I book with isn't available until July 11th. That's so long. So long. I'm dying here. Please message me, Miss Angie. Please, please, please. I beg. But yes, I do support that. All right. Because I support black businesses. All right. I just don't think that that means that I don't want immigrants in the United States of America, especially not black immigrants. That's crazy. To me, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I find this very hypocritical because the whole Rick Chow boycott Asian businesses movement was birthed out of FBA thought. Our whole thought process is that an Asian man just got off for unaliving a black boy. So Asians have become the new white supremacists. So we are now going to take our money away from Asian businesses that have been exploited our communities. We are going to boycott Asian businesses, which directly affects them. And we're going to put our money in black businesses. So I just feel like overall black Americans agree more with me than with you. And this is evident by the boycott Asian businesses movement. You just said you would never fault the immigrant, yet you're boycotting Asian immigrants.
You know
Make it make
why?
sense to me.
It's actually in solidarity with other black people to show solidarity, all right, to black businesses. All right. Also, I don't know where the boycott Asian businesses thing stemmed from. Like, who was the first person to say it? I doubt if it was an FBA person. Yeah, no, because you all are likely still doing that. You're still probably perusing those establishments. All right. But what I will say is that I support black-owned businesses. All right. Before Cyrus, all right, during the trial and after the trial. I want to let you know that. Okay? All right. So you
Sure. I
might have
mean,
the wrong one. And also another thing, let me finish, please. Two things can exist at the same time. All right. So that means two things can be true at the same time. All right. I'm standing in solidarity. All right. Because I think that an injustice was done to Cyrus. I do think that. All right. And I'm never going to change my mind on it. Okay. And if that means that I got to go a little bit longer without getting these nails done, then you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm just okay with it. I don't understand. I don't understand the it's I don't want to say hate. I'm just saying xenophobia. That is hate though. I don't understand your actual issue with immigrants in general, because all it sounds like to me is that you're upset that they're getting something that you feel should be yours. When I would just say that you like work harder. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. What is it? You think that if
are
they
you
get
a
rid of the
Jamaican?
immigrants, like, hold on, let me ask you this. You think they get rid of the immigrants that you some way, somehow are gonna have some doors open for you and then a table, like a chair pulled out at the table? Like, what is it?
Yeah, so 2 points here.
Yes.
Number one, it's not called support black. The movement is not support black businesses. It's explicitly called boycott Asian businesses. So that just debunks that entire point. Number two, it's not about me wanting something
Who
that
said anything about the name of the movement? I said I'm literally supporting black-owned businesses, and I have prior to, during, and after. So,
But we're not
what are
talking
you
about
talking
just you.
about?
I'm saying overall the mentality among black people isn't just simply support black business. We're saying we're not supporting Asian business any longer for the same reason I named. Secondly, it's not about me just waiting for a seat at the table. This is literally our table and they're eating off of our table. They're taking the black dollar. So yes, I have the right to be upset that my dollar in my community is being taken out of my community to fund Asian Chinatowns, to fund Arab towns, to fund everyone else except for the black man and woman.
Again, you are upset with the wrong people. Let me say this. Thank you. Shout out to Eric Mont for the $1.99 super chat. Eric said, "I see what you mean about FBA now." Oh, you do, friend? All right. I'm sorry that it had to be put on display for you like this, but shout out to you, Eric. Thank you very, very much, friend. Shout out to you. All right, guys. Fuck me, man. Keep it going. If you'd like to support me, support the stream. The links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9 at gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right. Thank you all again because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okay. You're looking at the wrong thing. All right. The issue is not the immigrant. Is the immigrant the one that is putting the laws into place? No. We know that they're not the ones putting the laws into place. All right. The majority of our governments, whether it be state, all right, or if it be, if it be state or if it's federal, all right, who is it controlled by? What's the majority demographic?
It would be white people.
Exactly. White men to be specific, but white people, right? They're the ones drafting these laws, putting these things into place, all right? And they're the ones, all right, who are taking the tax dollars that black Americans, black people, that includes the immigrants too, all right, are paying into this system, all right, and delving that money out, all right? Which I think is absolutely insane for you to have an issue with. All right. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Because you say you support him, but did you vote for him?
Yes, I did.
You did vote for him? All right. So you voted for the guy, all right, who is in full support of diluting the black vote. And you do know that when it comes to these districts within these states, so how we select our House of Representatives, right? That the House of Representatives are the ones who allocate the money. They handle the purse. They send the money to the states. But you're okay with that. They're already taking money out of black communities, our tax dollars, all right? Because as we all know, again, historically, all right, black people, all right, do not own homes. Okay. So when it comes to the property taxes, that money, all right, that money is being paid elsewhere while we pay the rent. We already know that. Okay. But they're taking what money we do pay in our neighborhoods, and instead of fixing our neighborhoods, putting more money into our schools, they take it and they put it into the suburbs, the white places. And you support that by way of, all right, them diluting the vote, chopping up our districts and putting us into more Republic districts. But that don't change the schools. That don't change the schools. That just changes the power of our vote. So we don't get to vote, all right, with purpose. All right. What ends up happening is we can go to the ballot and cast our vote, all right? But the chances of us, unless those Republicans, all right, unless they decide to vote for someone that has our best interest in mind, we don't get that. But you support that. Why? I just thought about that.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the redistricting, I don't fully support it, but I do see the appeal. I would rather support Republican policies overall. I feel like are much better for the black community in terms of opportunity zones, things of that nature. So if you're asking me whether or not I would support the redistricting effort, I would say, I mean, I vote Republican regardless, so it wouldn't really be an issue to me personally. Yet the bigger issue that we see, and there's a reason why Trump brought it up 25 times at the debate, immigration is negatively impacting black communities. So any politician that is going to reduce immigration, whether legal or illegal, is going to have my vote.
Nah, I can't agree. Why do you support? Because you really didn't necessarily answer, and you also said that you support opportunity zones, and you also support Republican policies like you mentioned opportunity zones. But what we do know is that when it comes to Republican policies, that they've done nothing but take away from people, especially in this modern age that we currently live in. That's not making any sense to me. It just sounds like you. I don't know. It sounds like you kind of like you given up. You've given up. I don't know why you have, but you've given up, and you think that shunning, all right, people that look like you, some way somehow is going to get you more, and it's not. It's not.
So firstly,
What growth
Detroit
vision
has
with people?
benefited.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Detroit has benefited massively from opportunity zones. We lived in food deserts before. I have family in Detroit. Literally, there were no supermarkets. Detroit has benefited from opportunity zones and created jobs. Well, if you go over to places like LA, which funnily enough is Democrat run, it's actually led to gentrification. So you would have to look at different areas and how opportunity zones affected different areas. And it's actually crazy that in liberal states or cities, opportunity zones tend to lead to gentrification, while in places that have more black, if you know what I mean, it actually tends to lead to actual growth. Detroit literally did not have proper supermarkets. You couldn't go to a supermarket and buy a protein shake in Detroit. Then Trump came with opportunity zones. Now you have Whole Foods and great supermarkets without displacing native residents.
So here's the thing, right? Is that you spoke about the economics of it all. That's what you spoke about. That's what you said you have a focus on. So, like, I want you to speak to that. How have opportunity zones actually benefited Black people? Right? How have
So,
they? Because
so from a
opportunity, I'm
quantitative,
sorry, one moment. I apologize. Because we know that when it comes to opportunity zones, that's just another way to say gentrification. And we know that gentrification, all right, actually displaces Black people, just like you were talking about earlier when you spoke about the Black immigrant moving into Black neighborhoods and then having more white people move in. So I want to know, like, what evidence based data, like statistical data, do you have to show for this? Yeah.
so specifically, if we talk about the job industry, a whole heap of jobs have been created in Detroit based on opportunity zones, specifically in the
You're
automotive
focusing on
industry.
Detroit. Opportunity zones weren't just in Detroit, though. They were in multiple cities. All right. So, do you have any data, all right, that goes over it collectively? Because that's the whole thing. Because if you just focus on this one thing, then all I'm going to say, okay, that's an outlier. That's an
I can also
outlier.
pull up Houston.
Because
So
we know one,
Houston, I
hold on, because I know one thing about Detroit is that Rocket Mortgage, all right, which is a huge company, all right, actually came back to Detroit and set up shop, and they have invested a lot of money into Detroit. All right. So it's not just opportunity zones. All right. We also have one of the leading mortgage companies in the world. All right, putting a buttload of money into the community, simply because of the fact that they want people, all right, to find their company attractive to come to, and it also benefits them, of course, on the back end. But we have that part also. Hey, what?
so we can talk about Houston as well, where I'm currently at and where I'm from. Houston has benefited significantly from opportunity zones. We could talk about the third ward. We could talk about Missouri City. We've benefited holistically from opportunity zones. We've seen more black entrepreneurs in Houston than probably any other city in America. The tax cuts have been beneficial to not only starting the business, but to reducing that gap between keep starting a business and keeping the business. If you come to Houston right now, Houston is actually the most diverse city in America. If you didn't know that, we have more black entrepreneurs. We have more black people in transportation. And if you interview any black business owner, they will tell you that it has been substantially more easy to start this business and maintain it due to these opportunity zones.
Okay, so in regards to this Houston data, all right, what do you have to back it up? Like, is there a study or anything of that nature?
So to quantify this, would you like a
Okay.
specific study that states that opportunity zones have built businesses in Houston?
I would just like to see a study that shows the benefits, the impact of opportunity zones in Houston. And if that is one of the things, then it would tell me.
Okay, I'll
Because
find it.
if you wait a minute, if you are able to say that, Houston has all of these black businesses and is grown because of opportunity zones, and I expect you to have that knowledge already readily available. Wouldn't you have it relative? No? Okay. All right. Just me. Anyway, while he's getting that, all right. Shout out to Dust the Chameleon, cool ass name, for the $5 super chat. Dust said, "Don't let these blaggers drag you down, Sean." What's that say, Shantae? They're not dragging me down. Not today. No, not at all. But I appreciate you, Dust the Chameleon. Shout out to you, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat for him, because a blagger could never, especially not FBA. Come on, guys. Come on. Also, hey, Mr. Mike, long time no see. Where you been? Hmm. All right, no, but Mr. Mike, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo. Mr. Mike said, "Please tell the caller it would be more beneficial for you to go into your community and knock on every black person's door to ask them not to support any other business besides black businesses. You should start there and not on the internet." He said, "Do some footwork." That's what he said, do. He said, "Do some footwork." That's what he said, do. Hold on one moment, y'all. I need 1 second. Sorry, guys. I got a phone call from my mom. My apologies. Oh, we're still holding, so I'll just hold music. Everyone do the whole music dance. You let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I have the study. So this is from Rice University, and it's titled "Black Neighborhoods Have Led the Houston Area Surge in Startups." So this found that areas with the zip codes with opportunity zones, specifically black neighborhoods, had high business growth rates. So I mean, it's just it's hard. It's very hard.
Let's see here. Will these zip codes be for like Third Ward, Sunnyside, and the East End?
Correct.
There would be?
Yes.
And you said it's from Rice University?
Yes, the Kindler Institute.
Give me one moment here. It doesn't. It don't make sense, but okay. I'm reading over it, guys. I don't take spam numbers. Okay, let's see here. Raise property values, rapid development. Also, most of the investment increased was in real estate, so like multifamily developments and mixed use real estate and industrial redevelopment near the shipyard shipping channel.
Alaikum.
Who don't, excuse me, please don't do that. I think I know why you did it, but don't do that. I'm like, what's happening? Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm reading over this one. Yeah, because I don't
Wasn't
see
me.
any measurable improvements here. There's no study in regards to Houston. All right. It found that there's no consistent improvement in the poverty rates, employment, or even in income growth, right? And also, what it shows is that there's no evidence of a turnaround, all right, in any other indicators that were listed, like the poverty rate, employment, and income growth, for any developing data. So I'm confused as to what it is. And what this one comes from is Understanding Houston, and this is from the Greater Houston Community Foundation. And the name of it, your name is 21st, the light, your name is the light. Okay. Is Understanding Economic Opportunity in Houston. All right. How opportunity and prosperity flow through our region.
Yeah, so that would be a separate claim. If we want to talk about the poverty rate, I could agree with you due to different issues. Yet my specific claim was that opportunity zones did lead to business growth in Black American communities, specifically Black business growth, which I've substantiated. So now if we want to talk about the poverty rate, then I would say that's a multitude of issues specifically tied to lack of home ownership in the Houston area.
But if Black businesses grew, would that mean that also Black employment also grew? Because again, one of the things that they can't show any consistent data for is an increase in Black employment.
So, I mean, to correlate those two things, I would need to do further research. I'm just focused on that initial claim of the business growth. But I do see your concern there, and I will do further research on tying those two things together.
I had a question.
Okay.
Did he allege, and you can answer this, did he allege that the opportunity zones were tax breaks for small businesses?
He said something to the effect that like the taxes helped them. He said something to that effect.
Yeah, I was trying to get clarification on the tax part that he was talking about. He's currently muted, so
Yeah, so what I specifically said was that many Black business owners that I know personally have said that opportunity zones have made it substantially easier to start and continue their businesses with help from the government, tax cuts.
Opportunity zones do not provide tax cuts to small businesses. It's not a part of the legislation.
Okay, so
what
I
is
think
it
we
is
have a fundamental
incentives for specifically
misunderstanding.
investors with gross amounts of capital to plant businesses in those areas, and to small businesses that can qualify for some of those opportunity zone capital investors. That's a whole nother process, but there's no tax cut for small business through the opportunity zones.
So could you Google what an opportunity zone is?
I know what an opportunity zone is.
Okay, so an opportunity
it's not
zone,
a tax cut for those small businesses that you're referencing.
It quite literally is. If you do business in this neighborhood, you get tax cuts, you get tax breaks. That's literally what it is. There's no income limits. There's none of that. So that was just a fallacy.
Yeah. Once again, you'd be wrong. And I did double check this when I literally just looked it up. You're literally talking about a group of people that would already have a certain amount of capital to be able to invest in the regions. And those people get significant cuts. Those people get significant amounts of kickbacks from the federal government.
Hey, quick question for you. Oh, he's teacupping. Hey, quick question for you. The study that you did, what year was it for? I just want to make sure I have the right one in front of me. The Rice University one
So it was for 2020.
for 2020. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let me do this. Give me the name of it one more time, then, because I found one from 2019. So give me the one from 2020.
So it's titled Black. Hold on, I'll have to find it.
It's okay. Because again, the greatest growth came in regards to like real estate. So them basically purchasing up properties, whether it be for business or residential, and then also building property.
Yeah, so it's titled Black Neighborhoods Led the Houston Area Startup Surge.
Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Okay, 2021, right? Black neighborhoods have led the Houston area surge in startup during the pandemic.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's see here. That the proportion, economists studying the dramatic growth of new business activity found that the proportion of Black residents in a zip code had the greatest impact on the rate of increase. Oh, the proportion of Black residents, so how many Black people in a zip code had the greatest impact on the rate of increase, and that business formation coincided with the stimulus payments. Okay. I actually want to read this, and the reason why I want to read this because this byline isn't saying is not saying what it is that you're saying. So I do want to read through this. All right. So Hector, if you want to discuss something with him, then by all means you can. But I want to look through this because it's not saying what it is that he's saying. It's just
Yeah.
basically saying that if you had more Black people within that zip code, then it was more likely for business, all right, to actually be there. It doesn't say that it's Black owned business because once again, what we do know from the data that is available is that there is no consistent showing that it was for Black owned businesses. Matter of fact, there's studies that show that specifically like Black women owned businesses decreased by about 7 points between 2020 and 2021. So we have that. But you two talks amongst yourselves. I really do want to read this because I think you are you may be misunderstanding the facts of the data.
I am reading this from IRS.gov in regards to the opportunity zones. Opportunity zones offer tax benefits to investors who elect to temporarily defer tax on capital gains if they timely invest those gain amounts in a qualified opportunity fund. Investors can defer tax on the invested gain amounts until there is an event that reduces or terminates the qualifying investment in the QOF or December 31st, 2026, whichever is earlier. This was what I was referencing in regards to it being investments into a fund, and those small businesses in the area could qualify for said investment if they meet certain criterias, not a tax break for those, I guess, middle class small businesses.
So opportunity zones were a part of the overall TCJA, which offered deregulation and tax cuts for small businesses. I'm specifically referencing the tax
So you're
tax
talking about
write-off
two
for
different things then.
it was a part of the bill. So specifically the portion that I'm mentioning is when business owners get to write off the whole expense of equipment within that same year. Prior to this, under the Obama administration and all the other Democrat administrations,
It has
you had
nothing to do with opportunity zones.
it quite
Those are
literally
two
does because
separate things.
they work in conjunction, sir.
Them working in conjunction for a business owner is not the same thing, especially considering opportunity zones, once again, is not directly benefiting the small business owner to the degree that you said, which was a tax cut versus this investment fund for corporations who have the capital to put it in the region.
Thank you, John. Spin that shit. Drop some hearts for John, y'all.
So if I mince words, I'll concede that. My overall point is that the TCJA as a whole benefited Black businesses. When I talk to Black business owners, they praise that deregulation cut. They praise that tax write-off. that helped them, that money that they received from writing it off in 1 year under Trump's policies has benefited black business astoundingly. Like, we have seen the biggest raise in black businesses between 2017 and 2022. Black business grew 63%. Even today, black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurs, and this trend started under Trump's administration. So, I mean, we can mince words, talk statistics, but I mean,
Yeah, I
the
think you're
results are there.
fundamentally missing my point. It's not about mincing words. You mince like programs, essentially. One, you're talking about overall tax cut in the big beautiful bill versus opportunity zones that was meant to apply to a completely different demographic than what you're talking about. Also, those tax cuts that you're talking about would have absolutely, I guess, in conjunction with some of the record investments, a small business loan that we're giving out under the Biden administration, supported those businesses. Those are the same ones that Kamala Harris intended to support in her tax plan. She was literally going to keep the standard reduction doubling and several other tax incentives for small businesses, such as 10 times 10 the tax cut for first time business owners. It's going to go up from 5 to 50,000. This is part of her proposal. So that, in conjunction with everything else, would have done more than, say, these opportunity zones of what you're alleging, which again is more so for investment of millionaires and billionaires to come to the region versus directly applying more so to black business owners who are starting up.
So it's funny that you say proposed policy, because she never proposed any of this during Biden's term. But secondly, I would just like to
The vice
say
president doesn't propose policy as a vice president. She
talk
works
to Biden.
alongside the president to introduce several different things, and she did. For example, the $25,000 down payment assistance that she would have proposed as a part of her campaign was in part done on the Biden administration on the federal level. I believe it was $15,000 that Biden proposed on the campaign trail in 2020. She was just going to increase it by $10,000 and make it federal.
Yeah, we could talk about what people said they were going to do. I'd like to talk about what was
I'm
actually
talking about what she said she was going to do in conjunction, what she already worked on and would have expanded as president, but she literally worked alongside Biden and what he did in his presidency. That was the problem with what you just said.
Yeah,
It
my
wasn't just a
favorite quote is
proposal
coulda,
or a
woulda,
vice
shoulda.
president that is somehow supposed to have a presidential campaign ready in 2021 and 2022 when she had no intention of running for president to our knowledge.
So regardless, I just find it interesting how most Democrats argue against using tax cuts as economic policy. You would say it's a fund from the ground up and take social welfare.
How did we argue
Now,
against using tax cuts for economic
I said most
policy?
Democrats. I didn't specifically say you, but I'm saying now you
Most
are
Democrats
arguing.
do not argue that. Our contention is with the tax cuts that overwhelmingly benefit the 1% and
No,
the
that's
loopholes
false.
that they're already benefiting from.
There's Democratic economists that state that giving tax cuts overall are not good economic policy, regardless if it's going to millionaires or just the common people. They
Yeah, can you
actually
name
want to
one?
increase government revenue. Yeah, I'll name one after I finish the sentence. So they actually want to increase government revenue. So, I mean, I just find it interesting that you as a Democrat are now proposing that Kamala should have gave more tax cuts to the poor and middle class when your whole party philosophy is
Yeah,
that tax
sure.
cuts are bad.
You can present me with this party philosophy, a prominent Democrat or consensus among Democrats not to do so, because quite literally the Democratic Party have also been running off of tax cuts, tax cuts, tax cuts. And I'll tell you what, I actually do somewhat agree with people who would say we need to stop giving so much tax cuts or egregious tax cuts because we're literally insolvent. So just running off of tax cuts in a country that's on its way to be $41 trillion in debt by 2027 is actually ridiculous. And if we're going to give them out, it should be more so suited for the middle class. I can't wait to hear him show this consensus of Democrats that are against tax cuts.
Yeah, and then I just want to, because I think he has to be clear. It's about tax cuts for the wealthy. That's the distinction, the delineation.
So yeah, so it's actually very funny to me. I just pulled up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she's explicitly stated she's very cautious about sweeping tax cuts for the middle class because it would gut the resources needed to fund social safety nets. She explicitly said this. You can fact check me. So, I mean, what are we even talking about here? This is your...
You know what sweeping means?
Sweeping tax cuts for the middle class. This is not... She says the middle class. She did not say for millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah. You know what sweeping means?
Okay, so we're gonna play semantics. All right.
I
This
mean, you made
it's
a
sad. This is
claim,
sad.
and that's a little bit different from what your claim would be. And I literally just said as well that I am also cautious about more and more and more tax cuts when we are literally not being able to make back what we are giving people.
So you would not want to give a universal tax cut to middle class, because you know middle class is already universal. There's standards for being middle class. So if I wanted to give a tax cut to the middle class, you and AOC would say, no, we need to fund social safety nets. You can't give these people tax cuts.
It
Like,
would
this is the
depend on the
Democratic Party
tax
in
cut, hence why
2026.
AOC and myself would argue against sweeping tax cuts.
So what would be your variables that would say, okay, this middle class person gets a tax cut and this other middle class person does get a tax cut?
The amount of income that you would make in the middle class if you're getting a tax cut on your property or a tax cut for silly things such as, like, let's say the gold tax cut that was just I don't remember if it was repealed, if they were looking to repeal it in New York. You literally get a tax cut for buying gold. I feel like if you have a portion of income that you're able to afford to just buy gold bars, there's no reason whatsoever why you should get a tax cut for it.
So far in the study, also, because once you guys finish this, I do want to get back to this study because I was able to read through it. It doesn't say what he says that it says. Because the data that they're providing is from 2019 to 2020. It was just happened to be published in 2021. And it doesn't say what he says that it says. And again, there's no conclusive evidence to show that opportunity zones actually helped Black people specifically. But I can wait for you to finish the tax conversation.
Yeah, so I just looked it up again, and AOC was explicitly talking about income. She wasn't talking about miscellaneous taxes such as gold or anything like that. She was talking about tax breaks on middle income earners. And she explicitly states that the U.S. needs a robust social safety nets, which is why she would advise against tax cuts for the middle class. So, I mean, if you would like to concede there, because she is your presidential candidate for 2028, hopefully, so she can get dog walked. So, I mean, we can get to that
What?
study in a
You're
second.
cherry picking like hell.
Did she not say that?
I'm sorry. And also, she used one of those things you like to talk about, qualitative words. She says sweeping tax cuts. Sweeping. All right. So that means like a big tax cut, maybe more than, I don't know, more than a 5 or 10% tax cut, maybe than a 20% tax cut. All right. What did she elucidate, expound on that? Like sweeping is what she said. She's a qualitative word, buddy. All
Yeah,
right.
so you don't support
Anywho.
big tax cuts for the middle class?
Anywho,
Just a
so
little one?
in regards to the study that you read from Kinder, is actually a
Call
school
from
at Rice University. One moment. Caller, please hold. Thank you. All right. So it doesn't say what it is that you think that it says. And that's the issue. Basically, what it's saying is what I said earlier, just by even reading the byline of this, is that pretty much is that if there were Black people, all right, predominantly Black people in that zip code, then the number of businesses grew. But it doesn't say that it specifically grew amongst Black people. Does that make sense? It doesn't say that it was Black people who were taking up the majority ownership of those businesses, is what it is. All right. Because in just searching for data, all right, you can find like little blurbs about how it may have helped one neighborhood, but you can't show that collectively that it was beneficial for the majority when it comes to these opportunity zones. What we do see though is that, as I had mentioned earlier, all right, because you said that you wanted to just talk about the economic part of it, but I mean, poverty is economic based because, you know, like if you had money, then you wouldn't live in poverty, right? So there's that. It doesn't show that it changed the poverty rate in Black communities between 2020 and 2021. It also doesn't show that it increased Black employment. All right. So that study doesn't do what you think it does.
Yeah, so I also corroborated that.
Please hold. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, so I also corroborated that with the 2017 to 2022 increase in black businesses. This is from Brookings Institute,
But
and
was that
Houston was actually
specifically in
one of the
Houston
cities.
or overall?
It was overall, but Houston was listed in the article as one of the cities with the highest growth. So
And you said from Brookings
regardless,
Institute? Okay.
yes, it's titled "Black Employers Reach New Heights." I think that's the title. So I mean, they also cited deregulation and easier access to business startup as one of the reasons why. So I mean, that's also like a corroborating study. So I mean, just overall,
But what is
it's
it
just
sounds like a
interesting.
correlation fallacy though here is what's happening. It doesn't sound like you're doing it sounds like what you're trying to do is you're trying to say that it's opportunity zones that has caused this to happen when that's not true because even in one of the studies that you mentioned, I think it was this one, the Kinder one, there's also the mention of the stimulus checks and the stimulus checks exist outside of opportunity zones. So your whole argument is
So
that opportunity zones is what brought along, all right, the increase in black small owned businesses. Because that's what you said
so
earlier.
to completely eliminate a causal correlation, we would have to isolate the variable, and it's very hard to do in economics to isolate because so many things are going on at
But then
once.
you can't
But
attribute it all
what
to
we
it then. You can't say that it
yeah,
was
I,
simply
I can
just
give you that.
opportunity zones. Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right, just
can't
making
say it was
sure.
simply opportunity zones, but regardless, who gave those stimulus checks? If the stimulus checks were variable, who
Both
gave them to
Trump
us?
and Biden, well, the Congress, pretty much. It was Congress.
But who was the first one to do it?
We know that it was Trump, but didn't Biden also do it? And then also, again, you've already admitted, all right, that it was that black small owned businesses grew at the largest rate under Joe Biden. You've already admitted that because you said, well, yeah, but also under Trump is when it started. That's what you said. So you've already admitted that part. So you can't say again that it was opportunity zones. It was the influx of cash that people had because the data actually shows that the opportunity zones did nothing but gentrify black neighborhoods and push people out. That's what the data shows. And that's why there's no collective data to actually show that opportunity zones actually improve the economic vitality or even viability of black people or the economic status of black folks. It doesn't show that opportunity zones increased employment or even decreased the poverty rate.
That's what I was just
there's
going to
that.
say. If you're going to look at the opportunity zones and you're going to say that this was led to an increase in black businesses, then you would be basing some form of study off of the opportunity zones. There's literally 8,764 in the United States. You can concentrate the ones amongst the black community and show an increase from that time period that you're talking about. But that's not what was done in your study or anyone that I can find so far.
Yeah, so I can concede on that point that there's no explicit study that would explicitly tie opportunity zones to black business growth. That doesn't overall defeat my point. It just
It kind of does, though.
broadly states. I mean, I don't have the funds to go and do that study myself. The most I can give you is anecdotal evidence from business owners who have told me that the tax cuts did benefit their business.
You can't use but you can't use anecdotal stuff because anecdotes are not indicative of the whole. Right. But when there is data that's actually showing you the opposite and you can't find data to support what your claim is in the positive, all right, then you just have to concede, all right, that opportunity zones aren't beneficial. You have to concede that. They haven't been beneficial because gentrification has never been actually like a good thing, all right, for black people because all it does is that these people, they buy up the property, they buy up the businesses, and what they do is they take the money and it goes out of the neighborhood. It doesn't go back into the neighborhoods. And also because of the increase in the property taxes, we know that that also pushes people out, so they no longer can afford to pay their property taxes, or because of the increase in property taxes, they can't afford to pay their rent because that goes up also. And so again, that pushes people out of these neighborhoods. And we can look at different neighborhoods, like even in Brooklyn, like Williamsburg in Brooklyn. That's a major one. There used to be a black neighborhood, and now it's super white. It was like it used to be like the model for the hippie town, not the hippie. What's those people called? The hipsters is what they're called, hipsters. But anywho, yeah. So it's not opportunity zones, bro. They don't work. They don't work for us. So you got anything else as to why you don't like immigrants or why you support Republican policies?
Yeah, I mean, just my final point. I think I proved that AOC said she doesn't want to give the middle class a tax cut. That should be
That means
disqualifying for
absolutely nothing.
2028.
She's one person, and she's not even a person that's in consideration as the next
No, she is.
Democratic candidate. No, she's not. That's a fever dream.
Okay, so
We
when she
proved his
does run, I'm going to
sweeping
bring
tax
that up.
cuts. I also found the quote here that you're talking about. She specifically talked about eliminating all income taxes with people who make under $90,000 a year. That's the sweeping, outlandish tax cut that we're talking about.
Wait, so you would not
She was
support
You
talking
kept
about
negating that
elimin-
word sweeping. Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so
It's okay, Hector. So she was talking about the plan to actually. So let me make sure if I heard this correctly. She was talking about the plan that Republicans had to actually stop charging people who make under 90,000 income tax. She was saying we don't need to do that. Is that right, Hector? If I heard it right, or did I heard it backwards?
No, you heard that right.
I heard it right, bruh. Calm the fudge on, dude. Are you serious?
Unless he would like to contest what we're saying with the quote that he's referencing, please feel free to dig deeper into
So
that.
I mean, this is just indicative of the Democratic Party. So you're saying to me that the Republicans propose a tax, reduced income tax for people making under 90K, and the Democrats said
not
no.
reduced.
They said
Elimination.
elimination. So they wanted to get rid of taxes for the middle class, and the Democrats said no. Like this is not real life.
Yeah, because everyone, in fact, I think, did he just leave? Not the skedaddle.
I went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. Somebody said skedaddle.
That is good, Hector.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Literally, bruh.
That was funny as hell. I ain't gonna hold y'all. That was funny. He had nowhere else to go. He knew he was wrong. Like, bro,
At some point, when do we start calling misinformation disinformation? And at what point do we just start calling that straight up lying?
It's disinformation. Like, again, that's why if you guys have it, please drop the Claude can't save you sticker. All right. Claude cannot save you. All right. Stop doing these GPT, what they call it? I don't know what Kim call it. Chat Levitical. I don't know what the hell she call it, but it can be funny as hell. That's She Tall and Sexy for anyone who's wondering. She's in the chat. Make sure you follow her. She's awesome. She panels and she's fantastic. But yeah. Why would he stick to opportunity zones? All right. When we have always known, and basically the data has always shown that they don't help people. They don't help Black people, to be exact. Why did he stick on that one? And then why did he cherry pick a quote from AOC as if you wouldn't be able to find the whole quote? Who do they think they're dealing with, Hector?
I think these people get up on this platform on a daily basis and truly believe we're going to take their word for it over actually reading.
Oh, yeah, because no. I'm going to message you what he thought this was. Okay?
Also, Tim will never pick him. Scott needs additional warriors because he may be out of the Senate this year. So I guess he's just trying to get his way in the bag. Because, after they get kicked out, they started to get like book deals and stuff. So.
Maria.
Hi, caller. Please hold. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Hector. I'm sorry.
No, I was done. Also, I gotta mow my lawn, so I'm a dip for a second. Y'all can do better with the taps. I appreciate the ones who are engaging. The rest of you step up. And the shit ain't free, so hit up the links in the bio. Do all the good things. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. I gotta say thank you real quick to cousin Jesse. All right, cousin Jesse, thank you so much for the 5. Wait, did you send more than one? Am I losing it? Okay, I got to read the whole thing. Okay. Says, sup cousin, 2 things. Can this caller acknowledge they want black people that when black people aren't promised positions within the government, we see this country go to when black people don't hold positions in the government, we see this country go to hell in a handbasket. Then a year and more than a year and a half time. Cousin Jesse, it's too many typos. I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm so sorry. I'm number 2, I'm going to pay over $50K in taxes because of Trump's BS tax policy. God damn. I wouldn't pay them motherfuckers. I did not say that out loud. Y'all did not hear that from me. Y'all did not hear that from me. I wouldn't pay that bitch. You would have to find me. You would have to find me. Okay? That's all I'm going to say about that. Shout out to cousin Jesse, though. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, cuzzo. And also, thank you to Sticker Society for the 5 for Just Because. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Guys, if you would like to support me, support the stream, all right? If you are enjoying this information, this entertainment, the education or edutainment, all right, as I like to call it, then by all means, all right, you can take a look at the links in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9 at gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right, I want to thank you all so very much because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted, guys. All right, with that being said, let's keep it going. If you are in fact a Trump supporter, by all means request up. You are the demographic of people the chat wants me to talk to. Okay, so go ahead, get in the box. If you're on TikTok, look at the bottom of your screen, turn that blue and pink person gray. And if you're over on the tube, I think I said TikTok. If you're on TikTok, look at the bottom of your screen and turn that blue and pink person gray. And if you're on a tube, call the number on your screen, which is 720-295-4868. Again, that's 720-295-4868. All right. Also, guys, let's go ahead and clear out the kissy face heart thingies. I promise not to make it weird this time. I'm lying. I will. All right. Let's clear those out. We have 17 of those to go. And also continue to share and repost the live. And let's pick up the engagement and get this on the FYP. All right. Act like you want to be here. Okay. Now, here's the dealio. All right. Don't make me sing. Trump supporters, if you're out there, I'm going to start singing. All right. Because I keep kicking your asses. I do. I don't know how it's being done. Actually, I do. All right. It's just I have better comprehension skills than you do. That's all that there is to it. I have better comprehension skills. All right. We have a literacy problem in the United States of America. Okay. All right. We do. All right. 54% of American adults cannot read above. All right. Cannot read at a 6th grade literacy level, to be exact. Actually, I took some notes about this before, and I want to go over them. Okay, I do. Also, guys, I should have more details soon, but going to be doing working with a few different organizations in the Phoenix metro area to do a back to school drive. So I'll be setting up like an Amazon wish list to help support, and we'll go from there. But once that's out, then I'll definitely let you know. But yeah, we're gonna see what's happening. Also, got to go talk to my son's barber tomorrow. I got a lot of stuff to do. I stay busy. I've never been so busy in my darn gone life. There's that. No, he couldn't, Red Targaryen. He could not. He could not comprehend his own sources. He couldn't. He did not understand that the Rice University one didn't say what it is that he said. It just basically it was. What I wanted to say was this: is that basically it was saying that it's easier to buy property and to start a business in a black neighborhood than anywhere else. Is pretty much what it was saying. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for the paw. Rawr. Rawr. I don't know how a panther sounds. I tried. I was supposed to be telling Hector something. Let me see here. There we go. Oh, wait. I wanted to tell Shauna too. Okay. Anywho, WAOC, good for the judge that told people to buy what they want with Snap. Oh, yeah, that happened. That did happen. So, as we know, it was a few different states, I believe 5 or 7 states in total. I know Nevada was one, and so was like one of the I states, Iowa, I think it was. But anywho, there were a few different states. So, if you have this ban, by all means, please check it out because it's no longer in place. Where at the beginning of the year, it was implemented that you could not buy snacks and like soda to what they call junk food. You couldn't buy junk food with your EBT, right? But a federal judge was like, fuck you. You can't tell people what they can and can't eat. You can't tell people what they can and can't buy. So, with that being said, that ban is over. All right. That ban is over. All right. So, I hope that every person, all right, in those states where the ban has been lifted goes out, all right, and buys himself a fucking cake and enjoy the cake. Enjoy it. Eat it. Just not chocolate cake. Chocolate cake does way too much. I don't know why. It's just too rich. I can't take it. I feel like if I take a bite of a chocolate cake, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My sugar. Diabetes. Anywho, but yeah, go enjoy your cake. Get some ice cream to go with it too. Shit. Why not? Why not? Hey, how do you think that you can tell people what they can and can't buy? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's like a kid, because one thing that you can buy on Snap is like you can buy baked goods, right? So cupcakes. Thank you very much for the Panther paw. Rawr. I don't normally do that. I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't start doing like Hector and just do Wakanda. But there's that. But the thing is that like you can buy baked goods. So like when it's your kid's birthday, right? Why can't you be able to go and get them some cupcakes? Like, why shouldn't you be able to get cupcakes for the class? It is a panther. Arr. It's a panther. Arr. And then also, what's another thing? Again, just baked goods. Also, you can do anything cold. So like deli meats. Deli meats, you can do that. So like making sandwiches and shit. You don't. Well, you can still buy that, but I'm just saying, why shouldn't you be able to buy a fucking cake for your kid for their birthday to celebrate? This need to control what other people like do is bothersome. It's just so bothersome. Let me see here. Eric Montz, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Eric said Trump also canceled the housing affordability bill because he wants to pass the voting ID bill first. Well, guess what, guys? Thank you for that, Eric. Shout out to you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Eric. Appreciate you, friend. Here's the deal. A federal judge actually put a permanent ban on requiring proof of citizenship. All right. So it's proof of citizenship to vote. To register to vote. Not register to vote, but to vote. So with that being said, his SAVE Act is pretty much dead in the water. Like even Tom Tillis was pretty much like, what the fuck are we even doing here? Like, I don't know why he would do this. And Thune, of course, I thought John Thune was going to be harder. He's the Senate Majority Leader. I thought he was going to be tougher and take a more hardline stance against Donald Trump. However, he has been a bitch boy. For lack of a better word, Thune has been a bitch boy. He has done nothing but, in my opinion, pretty much capitulated to everything that Donald Trump wants. All right. And as the head of the friggin' Senate, okay, I figured that he would just be tougher, but he's not. And fucking A. He's like, well, I hope he pushes it through. I hope he signs it. We have to figure out a way for him to sign it. Like, bro, what the fuck? The fuck? I don't know. But anywho, I'm about to start singing because Trump supporters are pussies and I am better at this than they are. So there's that. There we go. Okay, I can close this out here. Let's see. It is the same, Miss Carol. It is. I agree with you. Trump supporters request up. I might have to hit a restart. I'm not sure, but I can't hit a restart with this gift goal up here. Fudgesicles. There you go. Let's try to knock out the hearts, please. The kissy face hearts. And then we'll take it from there. Let's see here. What's this? Also, I like your name. Shabaka Harrison. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. All right. You said 7.1 magnitude earthquake hits Venezuela, triggering tsunami. Puerto Rico warning. Oh, God, no. That's not good. Ashley said sing? Okay, I'll sing. Thank you for that information, Shabaka. I actually just got the alert from the AP. Let me pull up that one. Oh, another, you did say sing. I saw it, Ashley. Another thing though is that I don't understand these FBAs, right? These BLAGA, these black conservatives. I don't understand them because they always talk about how they're for the advancement of black people, yet they sit back and they watch all of the fucking progress, all right, be dismantled step by step by step. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If you are white asking what FBA is, I'm not answering. I love y'all, but I'm not answering because it's almost like none of your business. All right, if you know, you know. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I just gotta be honest. I'm not sorry. Okay, I just gotta be honest. What was I talking about? It's the comments from me. Okay. Anywho, damn it, I lost my train. Oh yeah, but you can't be for black progression if you're not for the progression of all black people. All right. I don't know why you're in the request, but you know what? If you're gonna be here, I don't know why she would do this. Actually, they don't actually pay me enough to sing, so you got lucky today.
I don't want to hear the singing.
They want me
Actually,
to
I
knock
was
out
coming.
the kissy face hearts though.
Oh, that's great. I was coming for a different reason. I don't really want you to sing at all. I want justice for the mods that have the clearance sale mod powers, and we're going on strike. So any other mod, if you're having the same issue I have, you don't have all the features, you're tired of
Not
people
everybody can
just
touch my
talking on
panel,
the chat.
Ashley.
You're tired of people just talking on the chat. Come to death row. And
Bruh.
so, therefore, if I don't get all my mod powers by the night,
you can mute.
no,
and do
there's
the
certain
thing.
things I can't do. I can't do certain things, and I don't appreciate it. All right. Thank you very much. God
Tell you
bless.
something.
No, don't tell me anything. Just no,
Tell you something.
nope,
Please, let me tell you.
nope.
I pay my dues. Ha. Time after time. I done my sentence, but committed no crime and bad mistakes. I made a few. I had my share sand kicked in my face, but I come through. Something. We are the champions, my friends. Boom, 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 boom. And I can't. Why is that child calling me? Yes. Not everyone can have super mod. Only a few. Only a few can have super mod because sometimes, all right, I've had it where mods have gotten frustrated with the guests and we're like, you know what? I'm just gonna mute them. And I'm like, no, don't mute them. This whole thing. Also, Ashley, you signed a 360 deal, bro. You're not getting out of this. You're in this for life. I was singing, wasn't I? I was. Go on strike? You're not going on strike. Also, it's like I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Where are we on the... Bubby, you scared me. Okay, I'll text it to you. Since when does it... Wait a minute. I don't like that game. Okay. Anywho. Also, I have to let you all know something. I likely won't be here on Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday because I got to do something. So I'll be taking those days off to do stuff. All right. So yeah, there's that. Here's what we're gonna do. All right. Since I'm not in the mood to bully you all to do anything, I'm just not in the mood. All right. Because my mama said you only ask once. All right. They don't do it the first time, then oh well. Who the fuck is calling?
Call from.
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hi. Yes. Are you a Trump supporter? Hold on. Was that a child? Yes. If you got one more time to yell, I know that much. I know you said please, but you gonna stop yelling. Stop yelling. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Sorry that you all had to hear that. I forgot to mute. Anywho, here's what we're about to do. All right. Because I don't feel like bullying you all. I really don't. I'm not in the mood. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to just hit a restart. All right. We'll come back. I've done about almost 2 hours here. I think I have another hour left in me. We'll see what happens. Yeah, because like we have 245 people watching over on YouTube, but none of them are Trump supporters. All right. And I don't know how many are watching over here. 400 people watching over here on TikTok, and none of you are Trump supporters. All right. Are you all just hanging out because you're not tapping? You're not gifting. All right. What are we doing? You're not sharing. You're not reposting. What are we doing? Why are you here? Same for you over on the tube. What are you doing? That's all I got to say. I don't get it either. I have no idea what's happening here. Engagement is super low. Thank you, Frey. Okay, I'm sending. Get your face off the thing. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Thanks. I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to do something for this child so he can do something on his PlayStation. Okay. And there we go. Yes, Bubba is back home. There we go. I know you're waiting for a Trump supporter, but while you're waiting, you can tap. Thank you, Frey. Appreciate you, friend. You can tap. There we go. All right. Don't show that. Fudgesicles. Okay. I know this thing right here. Copy. There we go. Sending it to you now, John.
Call from.
Gabba.
Oh, God. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
Yeah, 18, January 19, 2008.
What's the last four of your social?
The last what?
Mm-hmm.
The last what?
The last four of your social security number.
You want to know my social?
Okay, what's your mother's maiden name?
Smith. Like, why do you want to know my? Are you trying to like?
No, stop giving people your whole birthday. No one asked you for your whole birthday. I just asked you how old you were. Check your text messages, please. Okay, all right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
Because there's no reason to not support him at this time.
There,
Yeah,
that's
so
not necessarily a
he's
reason
restrict.
to support him. You said there's not a reason not to support him. What do you want me to do with that?
Well, no, you would have to tell me the reasons I shouldn't support him, but
No,
the
my
reasons I do
question on
support.
the screen says, "Why are you still supporting Trump?" I suspect that people who do support him truly can list reasons why they do support him.
Well, yeah, so he's limiting access to abortions. He's upholding the border.
What
He's
legislation has
kicking out.
he passed or introduced to limit access to abortions?
Well, he's the reason Roe v. Wade got turned over.
Is he?
Yeah, he not only did he claim it, Joe Biden agreed.
Joe Biden, what?
Yeah, so under Biden, Roe v. Wade got overturned, and Trump acknowledged that he was the reason that happened.
Oh, you're saying that
And Joe
Biden
Biden,
agreed that Trump was the reason it happened. Oh, okay. Okay. That's not what it sounded like you said at first.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Nope. I wouldn't disagree with you on that one because he did put in the he did put it into place where John, you hold on one moment. My apologies. Don't have kids. That's all I have to say.
Don't have kids?
Yeah. Abort them.
Yeah, so do you have kids?
I have one, yeah.
Go take their lives.
It's too
Or
late.
his.
It's too late. It's too late. He's already here.
Well, not too late. It's
that would
never
be
too late.
murder.
Yeah, so would taking the life of a fetus.
No, it wouldn't.
If we're not appealing to legality, yes, it would.
Actually, we are appealing to legality. There's nothing else because I don't give a fuck about your morality.
So you only
You're
care about the
18?
law?
You said you're 18?
Yes.
You're 18? All right. Have you ever gotten anyone pregnant?
No, I'm a Christian. I'm not married.
Oh, okay. So you've never even gotten the tip wet outside of the shower?
I mean, no.
Oh, okay. I suggest you go try it. And it might change your mind.
Maybe if I get married.
No. Here's the deal. Because here's the thing, right? When it comes to matters of abortion and like reproductive health and whatnot, all right, not only at the end of the day is the choice just simply the woman's, all right, the person who has to carry, all right, that's a decision that she has to make. But also another thing, all right, the conversations about whether or not you want to reproduce with the person should happen between those two people. All right.
Yeah, well, I'm
it
in
has
Texas,
no
so
bearing
if I
on
ended
anyone
up
else.
Yeah, well, I'm in Texas, so if I ended up getting a woman pregnant, she's not going to be able to get an abortion, and that's a great thing.
Yeah, you're
Love the
also
state
in
of Texas.
Texas
I
where
love
the
the state
rate
I got.
of pregnancies from rape and incest have increased since 2022. So you know that part, right?
Hold on. What if I? No,
Huh?
that would not correlate to abortion restrictions.
Actually, yes, actually, yes, it would. The amount, the amount. I shouldn't say pregnancy. I should say births. The amount of births from rape and incest has increased.
Okay, well, I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure there's restrictions. So if you do get raped or there's a baby conceived in incest, you're allowed to abort it.
Hold on one moment, okay? Okay, they hung up. Give me 1 second. Was this the Gutenmarker Institute that did this? Do. You get that? There we go.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was wrong. You're not able to get an abortion if you're raped or if the child's conceived in incest.
I'm sorry. One moment. Okay, caller, I have to place you on hold because I have to parent for a moment, so it's going to be a brief hold for you, okay?
All right, I
All
got
right,
you.
thank you. Okay, over here. All right, thank you for holding, caller. Okay, all right. What were you saying?
Yeah, so I was wrong about it. You're not allowed to get an abortion if you're in the case of rape or incest. But I will say that is a good thing. We're not taking lives.
What?
Just because
You think it's a
bad thing.
good thing if
Yeah,
a
'cause
12-year-old is raped by her father that she should have the child?
did you say a 4-year-old?
I said 12-year-old.
Oh, okay. No, it's not good that she was raped by her father. That's terrible.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel for that, bro. The
Yeah, the
emotional
light
and physical
at the end of
toll that would take
the
on a little
light
girl,
coming out of
that's not okay.
yeah,
That's
the light
sick.
at the end of
What
the
the
tunnel
fuck is
would
the
be a
Charlie
light
Kirk
coming out of it.
nonsense is happening here? Hey, listen, dude. All right, you're
Yeah,
18 years
yeah.
old. I'm not actually going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you because I don't
So
argue with my own child. So here's the thing. I would suggest
yeah,
that
it sounds like you're
you.
running away though.
I'm not running away. I'm just not going to argue with you. I'm an adult. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to sit here and argue abortion with an
Yeah.
18-year-old
Okay.
child.
So people that age, they
So
tend to
there's
lose
that
brain
part.
cells as you age.
I
So
don't
maybe
give
you're
a
just
fuck what an 18-year-old
losing brain
thinks
cells and you're too
about
stupid to
abortion.
debate me.
I just want to let you know that. And also, at
Yeah. So you
times,
want
I
to
do enjoy
debate?
the fact that I can't hear anything that you said. So there's that part. All right. Please go get your dick wet. Go do that. All right.
That's
But before you get
very
your dick
immature of
wet,
you.
actually, get a personality.
Yeah. This is why
Get a personality. No,
patriarchy
no,
is
no. Get a
necessary because
personality.
and
All
also
right. Go wash your back. Get some face wash. Get rid of the neck beard. Go see your groomer. Okay. Go see your
yeah, I don't
groomer.
get a neck beard.
And then how about you also get a new wardrobe? Stop using Axe body
Yeah, I don't
spray.
know why
Get
you're
you
like
some real
telling me
cologne.
to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
And
use
how
cologne. That's
about you
bad for you.
simply just be a better human being?
Yeah,
All right. We see
yeah,
what
you're right. You
happened to
can
Charlie
run away
Kirk.
from.
Don't
I
end
get
up
it.
like
I
him.
mean,
Don't lean to the left, bro.
yeah.
Anywho, goodbye. That's stupid. I'm not arguing with no damn 18-year-old about abortion. That motherfucker just said that it's okay for a 12-year-old to carry an incest baby. No, I'm not. Boy, bye. I'm not doing that. All right, people like you get bullied in real life. The fuck? No. Bring back shame. All right. Y'all always want to talk to these people and make them understand something. Make them understand that there's a different way. No, fuck them. That's what I have to say. All right. This is probably why. Never mind. I was about to say something. I put that in the air. But yeah, fuck them. No, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. That's wicked work, y'all. I can't live that type of life. I can't. I can't. All right. Guess I'm gonna have to hit a restart. I don't feel like it though. But I'm going to. This better not be the same child.
Call from
Yes.
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
19.
Okay, your volume is pretty low. If you have us on speakerphone or on Bluetooth, take it off, please.
My phone microphone doesn't work, but you're on my Bluetooth.
You say your phone microphone doesn't work?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
that
poor. My phone
sucks.
broke. I can't afford a new one.
Trump's economy. Okay. All right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
I just think, he's done a lot of good things. He's trying to close our borders. He's trying to get the immigrants out. He's the greatest American president of all time.
Did you just call?
And he's anti-abortion.
You did just call. You're calling
No,
from a different Google number. Get off my phone. Get off my phone. Stupid. He called from the same area code. It was the same area code, y'all. Get off my phone. Anywho, I am going to do a restart. All right. When I come back, the engagement has got to be better. It does. All right. We need to pick up the pace. All right. Pick it up. Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. Pick it up. I got to go help this kid do something on his PlayStation. So I have to do that. All right. And so we're going to do that. And then when I come back, we should be ready to rock and rolla. Okay? Rock and rolla. So that means that YouTube, you are going to go on a brief intermission. All right. And TikTok, I know, watch as much of the latest video as you possibly can before we come back. Make sure you like, you share it, you comment, you do all of the good things. And we will go from there. I will return. I'll be back, as Arnold would say. All right. Bye. Thanks, Shauna. All right. Bye, guys. Be right back. All right. Tubers. All right, I'm going to hit you with the intermission and then we shall return. Hopefully, the Trump supporters grow some balls. All right, and then they'll call in and we can have actual conversations. We can do that. We'll see what happens here. All right, BRB, guys. Okay, and why are you still supporting Trump?
His immigration agenda.
In regards to his immigration policy, what is it that you like?
How he kicks out these worthless illegal immigrants out of our country.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What is the net negative, all right, of getting rid of undocumented immigrants from the United States of America? Please tell us.
Well, they cause a lot of crime.
Substantiate.
Proven statistics, by the way.
You sure about that?
Substantiate your claim that undocumented immigrants commit a whole bunch of crime. Because, a whole bunch is definitely a metric. You have a smartphone in your hand. All right. Please provide us with some information, some data.
Texas is the only state that tracks the legal status of people that are arrested by that. But a major study by the Cato Institute found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
Go ahead and read it again.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
So you do realize that you just proved yourself.
You blew it!
You know that,
No,
right?
no. They were found to do more, but they got less severe of a sentence.
No. That's
Yes,
not what
that's
you
what this
just
says.
read.
You can look up. You can look up the study, ma'am.
Commit crimes, especially violent crimes, at a lower rate than U.S. born citizens. You just read
Well,
it.
that's not what it's saying. It was literally about how they cause more crime,
No.
but they're still second to black people, which as myself, I am a black person.
I had a reason. What was the reason? What was the reason?
You just read that. Do you want to read it? Read it a third time. I think third time's a charm. Go ahead, read it.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than the native-born citizens.
Okay. You do understand that you have to track these things by convictions, right? Because you can't track it by arrest. Do you know why?
There's more to it. They're more likely.
No. Do you know why you can't track things by arrest?
Why not?
Okay. Because anyone could be arrested for something. It doesn't mean that they did it. That's why we go by tracking it by convictions. You could be arrested for a crime. Doesn't mean that you commit the crime.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, again, based off of what you just read, you disproved yourself. All right. Undocumented immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than American citizens do.
They gave me my theme music. Every good fake, yeah, the pressure get applied.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
His immigration agenda.
In regards to his immigration policy, what is it that you like?
How he kicks out these worthless illegal immigrants out of our country.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What is the net negative, all right, of getting rid of undocumented immigrants from the United States of America? Please tell us.
Well, they cause a lot of crime.
Substantiate.
Proven statistics, by the way.
You sure about that?
Substantiate your claim that undocumented immigrants commit a whole bunch of crime. Because, a whole bunch is definitely a metric. You have a smartphone in your hand. All right. Please provide us with some information, some data.
Texas is the only state that tracks the legal status of people that are arrested by that. But a major study by the Cato Institute found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
Go ahead and read it again.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than native-born citizens.
So you do realize that you disproved yourself.
You blew it!
You know that,
No,
right?
no. They were found to do more, but they got less severe of a sentence.
No. That's
Yes,
not what
that's
you
what this
just
says.
read.
You can look up. You can look up the study, ma'am.
Commit crimes, especially violent crimes, at a lower rate than U.S. born citizens. You just read.
Well, that's not what it's saying. It was literally about how they cause more crime, but they're still second to black people, which as myself, I am a black person.
I had a reason. What was the reason? What was the reason?
You just read that Do you want to read it? Read it a third time. I think third time's a charm. Go ahead, read it.
A major study by the Cato Institute looked at this data. They found that undocumented immigrants had significantly lower conviction rates for violent crimes like homicide than the native-born citizens.
Okay. You do understand that you have to track these things by convictions, right? Because you can't track it by arrest. Do you know why?
There's more to it. They're more likely.
No. Do you know why you can't track things by arrest?
Why not?
Okay. Because anyone could be arrested for something. It doesn't mean that they did it. That's why we go by tracking it by convictions. You could be arrested for a crime. Doesn't mean that you commit shit. I've been talking this whole time with the mic muted. Literally this entire time. I've said so much. I wasn't looking at TikTok. I'm sorry. Guys, I just read you off a study thing too. Okay, so according to the Houston Area Women's Center, all right, this is from a study that was, a report that was published in January of 2024. Right, what they said, let me get back to it. I wanted to show you this part. Not show you, but I wanted to tell you this part. This report says that according to a JAMA study, and JAMA is the Journal for American Medicine Association. Why are you calling?
Call from
Frank.
To accept, press 1.
Hi, Frank. Please hold. I'll be right with you, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So according to the JAMA study, it says here, gosh darn nabbit, I just had it. All right. That in the 14 states that implemented total abortion bans, an estimated 519,981 completed rapes were associated with 64,565 pregnancies during the months the bans were in effect. Of those rape-related pregnancies, an estimated 91% occurred in states with no rape exemption, and 45% of those were in Texas. There's that. So, yeah. So the increase, all right, in births, all right, from rape have increased. All right. They're forcing girls and women, all right, to have babies against their will. This need to control people. It's all about control. It's so fucking weird. I don't want to go on a rant. We have a caller. Also, I'm never going live on a Wednesday again. The fuck is happening here? It's disgustingly just slow. Anyway, hi caller. Thank you so much for holding. Let me turn the music off.
Hello?
Okay, there we go. All right, caller. How are you a Trump supporter? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but yeah.
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm in my 30s.
State of age, please. It's for TikTok purposes.
Late 30s.
I don't know what
30,
that means.
like close to 40, if that means anything.
Why are you so
I don't know
afraid
why.
to say your age? It's not a hard question. I literally just said, for your TikTok purposes, how old are you?
Yeah, but what it is that I don't trust you Democrats, so I don't want to give too much. But
Well, guess what?
but
I
late,
don't fucking
but
care
close
to
to
talk to you.
40s.
Like, go. Fall off a fucking cliff. Anywho, it's not hard. If you already starting a conversation off difficult, I don't want to talk to you. It's not a hard fucking question. I don't care. I honestly, I don't give a rat's banana. I don't. I do not give a damn. Anywho, all right. So there's evidence to actually suggest that that little boy who called was wrong. So there's that part. Also, the other guy, all right, who likes to talk about black issues in white spaces, all right, he was also wrong. I just keep getting Trump supporters that are wrong. Why are you always wrong about the majority of everything? Right? Right. Also, is there ever going to be a Trump supporter to come up and when I say, why are you still supporting Trump, that doesn't say, well, he's the best president ever. He's the best president in my lifetime. Well, why shouldn't I? Why wouldn't I support Trump? He's the best. He's so tough. Yeah. There's that part. So yeah, I just wonder is that like what we're is there ever going to be one that doesn't say that? And the answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. All right. They don't have anything to stand on. Like seriously, I'm thinking about this friggin' housing affordability bill. All right. It is called the 21st century. John, let me get it here. Also, they made it really difficult to sign into this one darn going thing. And I don't know why it was so darn going difficult. It was really, really annoying. Absolutely annoying. One moment. Let me see here. Here you go. It is the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Everyone should look into it. All right, and we'll talk about what's in it.
Call from
Marcus.
Hi, Marcus. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
54.
Okay. All right, and why are you still supporting Trump?
So, well, more or less, I'm conservative more so than a Trump supporter, but I am in support of Trump because he's pro-life. From what I know about what he says he's pro-life, so I believe he's pro-life. Not really so much into just the moral aspect of it, as much as I'm not pro-homosexual or transsexual, LGBT, whatever. I'm not pro that. So he aligns more or less with how I live my life. And so that's why I'm pro-Trump.
You care about people's genitals?
Do you care about people's genitals?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
All right. I have a question. Quick question for you. Just really want to know. All right. If you saw, all right, someone dressed in heels, all right, and a dress and, a 20, not 20, what am I doing? A 36-inch bust down, right? Straight port down the middle, straight bone, straight hair. All right. She probably built like, I don't know who, Beyonce. All right. Built like Beyonce or Kelly Rowland. All right. She built like Kelly Rowland. And she goes into, all right, the women's bathroom. Would you have a problem with that?
Well, first of all, I'm going to make one statement. I got you.
I just want to know. Would you have a problem with that?
Hold on. Well, first of all, I'm not against anybody that's homosexual or transsexual or whatever. I believe you live your life the way you want to live your life.
Mm-hmm.
I live my life the
Is
way I
that
want
what
to
you
live my
said
life.
at first?
No, I said I don't agree with it. Just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean I'm against it. You know what I'm saying? So
you say
could
you support
be,
Trump because
so
of it, right?
No, I don't. This is why I support. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I don't agree with it necessarily. I'm not against it. I just don't agree with that lifestyle. So anyone who chooses to live that lifestyle, go ahead and do what you feel you need to do. First of all. So now
But how did you
Trump,
say
Trump says, hold on, please. Trump says he's pro those things. I can only go off of what he says. So therefore, just like you cast your vote for who you align more or less with, they don't necessarily have to be 100% what you agree with. It's just someone who aligns with some of the things that you think. That's just like you might say Biden was a better choice. Hold on. I might be. But here's the thing. You might say that you agree with Biden, but when Biden checks out, because everybody is a walking contradiction.
You let me know when you
So
finish.
here's the thing. If you agree, I will. If you agree with Biden, when Biden was anti-black people and he was talking about how all black people are predators, that means that if you agree with Biden now, you would agree with Biden back then. Walking contradiction. That's what I'm saying. So one moment you can agree with one thing and you might not agree with the other thing. So with me being that way, going back to your second question that you asked me, if I saw someone who was a man posing as a woman going into a woman's bathroom, and let's say we're going to throw another wrinkle in there, and my daughter was in there. Oh, I'm saying, hey, buddy, my daughter's in there. You got to hold on if you're going in there because my daughter is in there. I don't want my daughter in the restroom
Okay,
with a
for the
man
love of
posing to
friggin' God.
be a woman.
No, because you men, y'all call in here, all right, and y'all tried to fucking bulldoze the conversation, all right? You said quite a few things
You
that were
asked me a
incorrect,
question.
and you're also actually contradicting
Go ahead.
yourself, sir. All right, Joe
Correct me
Biden
then.
never
Correct me, please.
called, all right, black people predators. He never called black people
on the
predators.
Senate floor.
You won't
It's
even
on the
be able
Senate floor.
to even
It's in the Senate
substantiate that.
record.
First things first, person, sir on the phone, Marcus, I think that's your name. Calm down. Calm down.
Okay.
Thank you. Now,
You're the
as
one
I was
raising your
saying,
voice,
he
not
never
me.
said that. What he did, though, is he did talk about violent crime and said that the young people committing the violent crime, all right, are predators. He never specified a race, never even had any context towards a race of people. He was simply talking about young people who commit crime. 'Tis it, 'tis all. Additionally,
That's not what he said, though.
actually, yeah, it is.
Seen it when
Actually,
he said
yeah,
it
it
in
is.
the Senate.
You're confusing him with
You
Hillary
go
Clinton.
bring
So
it
there's
up.
that
Bring it
part.
up.
You're confusing him with Hillary.
That part too.
So there's
And
that.
Bill Clinton.
So
Because
any
they
friggin'
all
who,
came
Hillary
together
Clinton
to
wasn't
form the
president. So
crime
there's
bill
that part.
against
I think
black
it's
people.
mighty fresh
No.
of you
Bill
to try
Clinton-
to talk about what Joe Biden said, but you all never want to talk about what Trump said. Also, again, you're contradicting yourself, because if you were, in fact, a live and let live person, you wouldn't vote for someone who wants to take away the rights of people that you disagree with, but you don't care about. That's a contradiction. Because you can't tell me any policy that Donald Trump has advocated for or even passed, all right, outside of the First Step Act, which wasn't even his friggin' idea to begin with, that has been of any benefit to you or black people.
So is this a black and white issue, or is
No,
this an
motherfucker,
American
you
issue?
made it a black or white
No.
issue.
So no. When did
Yes,
I
you
bring it up
did.
as make it a black or white issue?
You literally
No, I
did
brought
by
up
your
the fact
example, and I'm countering your example. Are you daft?
1 minute. So, okay.
Are you daft?
Or quick statement, right? So, no, I'm not. I'm going to say why I said that, because you told me I was a contradiction. You say that you think that you have to align with everybody or you have to agree with everything that somebody that you align yourself with. I'm saying that you don't, because everybody, when you were 7 years old, what you thought was right at 7 years old is not what you think is right at 21. Is not what you think is right at 28. So you can very well contradict yourself and not have any intentions on contradicting yourself. And while you throw insults at people and not try to understand people. So I understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying just because, like, when I said about not agreeing with homosexuality, or not agreeing that homosexuality is a choice, which I don't believe in.
Like, do you want to say it a seventh time? Do you want to say it a seventh time? Okay, because I want to move this forward. Okay? The question is that, okay, just to make this clear, I understand that you don't have to agree with everything that they do. All right? However, sir, when they make taking away the rights, all right, of any marginalized community, all right, a focal point of their campaign, you can't sit back and say, well, I don't have any problem with that group. All right, live your life, live and let live. But yeah, I am going to vote with the people who want to take away your rights, who want to diminish and remove your civil liberties. All right, you can't say that. All right, that is a contradiction. Okay? And again, I don't think that you have to support everything that they do. However, at the same time, you would have to say, how have they been a benefit to you?
Right. And I agree.
Okay, then. So answer that question, please.
So when you vote for someone, right, you can't control what they do just because you vote for them. If you agree with someone on a couple of different things, you can't say, well, if he doesn't do this, this is what I want him to do. Nobody's going to do everything that you want them to do, right? So when you align yourself with somebody, you're just hoping that they do the right thing. So to me, I've done plenty wrong things. Nigga! I'm 54 years old. I done lived life to the fullest, right? At times I was a predator. At times I was the prey. know what I don't do? I don't condemn other people. Just like I said, just because I don't agree with somebody doesn't mean I have the right to condemn them. And so when you said about before, just a second ago, you said taking the rights away from people. So if you can't take the rights away from people, one president can't do that, right? You need it's got to be an act of Congress, an act of law. We have three levels of judicial due process that you have to go through. So one man cannot say, hey, you know what? I'm going to reverse Roe versus Wade. One man can't do that. That's a group of people that had to come together to reverse Roe versus Wade, right? So when they bash
Can
Trump,
trans people
just
serve
like
in
they
the
bash
military,
Biden,
sir?
Hold on. Just like they said,
Sir,
if-
can
when
trans people
were
serve in the
bashing Biden-
military?
Hold on, let me finish this statement real
Sir,
quick. I'm
can
gonna give you
trans
an
people
answer.
serve in the
So,
military right now today? Yes or
at
no?
this moment, yes, they can. Yes,
No, they
can
can't.
at this moment.
No, they can't.
So here's the thing. Has it been pushed, but has it been passed by Congress?
Go read Executive Order 14183. Unfortunately, we have a Congress that isn't doing anything about it. So guess what? Effectively, guess
to
what?
me,
Guess what? The ban, all right, the ban on serving in the military for trans people is still in place.
So here's the thing. I'm prior service, right? I'm prior service, served in the military, Navy, U.S. Navy. So, and we had, at that time when I was in the military, right? It wasn't legal for homosexuals to, or outwardly gay or homosexual people to serve in the military. It wasn't a legal thing, right? But we had gay people in the military, right? So regardless whether it was legal or not, there was gay people in the military. So now, do I think transsexual people, whether they're male or female at birth,
it's not
should serve in the
transsexual, sir.
military?
It's transgender. Transsexual is a slur. Don't do it again.
Yeah. So transgender. That sounds better, right? Different thing.
It's not about it sounding better. It's about not using a slur.
So transgender, right? I'm gonna play it along with you. Transgender.
Gay people have always served in the military. Gay people were never barred from serving in the military. The whole point was that they had don't ask, don't tell.
If you're transgender, so here's the thing about transgender people, right? Transgender people have a lot of medical issues because if they went with the bottom surgery.
No, they don't. You have no evidence to support that.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. What evidence do you have to support that? None whatsoever.
I know transgender people that I talk to. They have medical issues after their surgery. It's just like somebody getting a kidney surgery.
Oh my God, they always know someone. You always know someone.
You're always going to have to take
know
medication.
someone. You fuckers always know someone.
Medication to keep your body from rejecting the surgery that you had. And that's a kidney transplant, right? And if you have your genitals removed, you're going to have to, for the rest of your life, take hormone medication to keep it at bay. This isn't something that I'm making up. You need to do your homework.
It is something that you're
because
making up.
This is a real thing. And so, do you want someone who has a transgender surgery, who has
Do you want someone with high blood pressure serving?
No, I don't.
Do you want someone with diabetes?
No, I
do you
don't.
want someone who actually has a menstrual cycle serving?
Yes.
Do you want someone? Do you want someone? All right, who lives? Let's say, what's the condition? Someone with ADHD serving?
Here's the thing.
Like, do you hear yourself?
If you can perform your duties, if you can perform your duties and be coherent and perform your duties in the rightful manner, yes. But if you can't, because of any medical thing, then you should not be allowed to be in the military. And that was like that. Hey, one of my friends, he wanted to join the military. And you know why he couldn't join the military? because he had childhood seizures. So they wouldn't let him come into the military, right? So is that like a
Sir,
thing where then
you
you
are
say, oh
doing
man, bump
nothing
this
but
military stuff
anecdotes, though.
because
That's
they're
what you're doing is anecdotal. You can't
because
point to
that's what
any
you're
type of
asking
studies or
for.
anything
That's
of
what
that
you're
nature
asking for.
to support any assertion that you made
Okay.
here. All right. Also, mute the
You
stream
can
in
look
the
it up.
background.
So if you looked it up, check it out.
Sir,
If you
mute the
looked it
stream in
up,
the background.
Okay, hold on. Okay, muted. So if you just did the research and study, and I've seen a couple of your podcasts or whatever, and you know what you would have done? If you would have found in there that they didn't have
I haven't been
medical
looking
issues,
for it.
you would have put me on blast.
I haven't been looking for it.
Hey, I know your work. You would have put me on blast right
I haven't
there.
been looking
But
for
the
it.
thing is, they do have issues, right?
I
Or
haven't been
you haven't
looking
looked
for
for
it. I want you to
They do.
understand that.
So I agree with you.
I haven't
So
been
you
looking
haven't been
for
looking
it.
for it.
That's the thing.
You have not
I
been looking
haven't.
for it. I agree
I'm
with you.
guarantee you
That's
that once
so
I
we're
look
saying the
for it,
same
I'm
thing.
going to find it. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to be proven wrong
And they do
because you're
have.
full of shit and you're
Okay,
just
well go ahead and
displaying
look
the
for it then.
bigotry.
Go ahead and look for
Why
it.
do you
So
care
here's the
about
thing.
what someone
So
else
you
has
say
going
that.
on in their pants? It makes absolutely
Can
no
I
sense
say?
to
Can
give
I
a
answer
fuck.
that?
None whatsoever.
Can I answer that?
No, and I
Can
want
I
you
answer
to
that?
actually be quiet for a moment. Like, be quiet. Just
Are
don't
you gonna
talk.
stop insulting me?
I'm not insulting
Are
you.
you gonna stop insulting
No,
me?
making an
You did
observation
a
is
minute
not
ago.
insulting. I wish you all would learn how words actually work. Words mean things.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, mama,
Fuck you,
bitch. Skedaddle.
They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. Somebody said skedaddle.
God, these so insecure little ass men. Just small-minded men. They're ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You let them talk long enough, all right, they're going to display their bigotry. That's what they're going to do. They're going to display it. All you have to do, all right, you're a super small man and your ego must be as fragile as a Fabergé egg, all right? The fucking fragility of fucking cotton candy. Like, good grief. What's wrong with these dudes? Hello, Hector.
Hello. Quickly correct some misinformation that individual was spreading. Hormone therapy, which is predominantly used by cisgender men, women, cisgender men and women, is covered under healthcare in general. Again, that would be for low testosterone. That would be for hair replacement, so on and so forth. Those things are covered for everyone. And when it comes to what he's talking about, which he mentioned part specifically, because you guys are really weird when it comes to what's in people's pants, that is not covered. Gender transition surgeries are not covered by the government's insurance. So please stop spreading that around.
Call from
Mike.
Fun times at Ridgemont High. Hi, Mike. All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
33.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
Provide conservative values.
Okay. Expound on that.
Yeah.
Did you understand the question?
Oh, sorry. What
The
was the
statement?
question?
It's more so a statement, actually. Did you understand it? I said expound on that, please.
Okay.
If you have the stream playing in the background, go ahead and mute it. Exit out of it.
Yeah, I exited out.
Okay. Continue on, please. Elaborate.
So the guy before, I think
I
he
don't
was
care about the guy
confused
before.
All right. Well, the military, when it comes to transgenders,
I don't care
was
about the
in
military and
Army.
transgender people. I asked you, you said that you have conservative values, and I'm asking you to elaborate on that, sir. Expound, elucidate, and you hung up. Does he not know what any of those words mean? They're all synonyms, for fuck's sakes. It means tell us more. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with these people? Good God. Ugh. Anywho, I don't know what he's going on up there, but yeah, there's that part. Hey, friendly or not, I will mute you. I just want to let you know. I don't give a fuck. Hey, did someone tell you yesterday why I muted someone? Did someone tell
No?
you yesterday why I muted someone in the chat?
Mm-mm.
They didn't? Oh, good. Cool. Okay. But yeah, I don't like being this way, but I am petty. I don't like that shit. Okay. Anywho, let's do this. I want to do the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Are you going live, Hector? Are you going live?
Yeah, in a couple of minutes, unfortunately.
Okie dokie.
Call
Hi.
from
Oh, fuck me. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
No way I can. It's Mr. Melvin, Erica.
Oh, hey, Mr. Melvin. How are you?
I am back. I've been gone for a while. I just want to let you know I was back, and I was trying to get away from that fool that you were listening to, and he is a disgrace to anybody who's in their 50s. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was
But,
ridiculous. Very small man.
Oh, very. First of all, and I think I saw Taffy's name on there. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Taffy, and whoever else who wanted to help me out. But in my heart, I knew I couldn't accept that because there's other people who needed that more than I did.
Yeah. We put it back into the love fund.
Okay. Like I said, a little bit. I was doing a baseball tournament in Columbus with my son. After our Father's Day, we're gonna have fun. And I go outside, and all I can say, I know you lying when I see my car.
You didn't say I know you lying. You cussed, Mr. Melvin?
I did say I know you motherfucking lying. I did.
I know. I
did.
knew you did. And I know you motherfucking lying.
Fucking lie. I know you motherfucking lying. But yeah. I wanted to let you know that it's going to be like this for a while because in the next couple of months I'm going to be in New York and I'm going to be doing a whole lot of more tournaments. So
cool.
You'll hear from me from time to time, but not as much as I used to.
Okay.
And Taffy, I swear to goodness, I got to inbox. You got to inbox. That man is a real one. I was
awesome.
not expected.
They are awesome.
Taffy is what I'm going to say is my homeboy for life.
Yes.
Taffy is a real G. Hi, Mr. Melvin.
Hector says hi.
Hey, Hector.
Yep.
Hector, how you doing?
Yep.
But I also wanted to bring up
Living
one
the dream.
because I have been thinking about this from time to time, and I know how, in general, Black women do not like to be called the angry Black woman. But if you really think about it, I mean, just think about all the stuff that Black women have been through since the beginning of this country. I mean, marginalized. I mean, sexualized, treated like crap, treated like chattel, treated like like a lab rat. And then make it even worse when you hear people who are supposed to have their back, including Black men.
Yep.
And even their children at times, because I listen to these children talk to their mamas like they don't got any sense. I want you guys to embrace being an angry Black woman. I'll say this because if you want to keep it honest, the world and this country better be worried that y'all not sick and tired sisters and ready to blow this world up. And I'm going to make a shirt on it saying, embrace angry Black women because you don't want me being a sick and tired sister.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So, but yeah, I'll be listening from time to time. I'll be dropping stuff here time to time. And anybody wants to help, I'll say again, go to my website. I'm bringing out stuff for breast cancer awareness.
Awesome.
And it's just it's going to be hard because, like you said, you see every day they're trying to take money from education,
Yep.
and our school district is no. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to do a chess club or how many kids are going to be in there
Holy
or
smokes.
whatever. But yeah, it's going to be rough. But I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing. I'm going to take some of the money that I'm doing these baseball games and all these other things that I'm doing because I do a lot to try to help out. I
Yeah.
want to be able to help out.
To put back into the
But
classroom. So that's a good deal.
yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. But I'm not gonna hold you up because I know that I violated one of your things about. But I had to talk to you.
Oh, you
I
good,
had been
Mr. Melvin.
around
I
for a while.
appreciate you.
And Hector, I'm gonna come see you when I can too, man.
You be safe out
So
there on the road and you enjoy New York during the summertime. All right. And don't be a stranger. All right.
I will
Absolutely.
do it. I will do that.
All
I
right.
will
You
do
take
that.
care,
You
Mr.
guys have a
Melvin.
good evening.
You too. Thanks. Bye. Guys, drop some
Bye.
hearts in the chat for Mr. Melvin, please. Drop some hearts in the chat for Mr. Melvin. If you check out the link tree in my bio, all right, you will see his website there, all right, where he has some pretty cool merchandise. So check it out. All right. I did want to show this off though. I have started my own Lego thing. I also have a little baby elephant coming too. It's going to be super cool. All right. It's a little tiny elephant, not much. But this is going to be like a little heart ornament thing. It's going to have flowers on it. Have flowers. I can't wait. I started it last night. And so, yeah, it's very calming. I like the Legos. It's very fun. I'm not going to hold you. It's fun stuff. Okay, there we go. There you go. So put this down here so
Yeah.
I don't lose it. All right.
Hearts in the chat for Mr. Melvin.
Yes,
Us fellow unks got to stick together.
that's right. Aspirationally 48. Don't ever forget it. Okay. All right. Like, fellow unks.
44.
44? Okay, aspirationally 44. Okay. That is a good number. I'll take it. Okay, I do have to say some thank yous, guys, but I will say if you are a Trump supporter and you actually can engage in a conversation, by all means, request up. All right, Trump supporters, request up. That means if you are over on the TikToks, turn the blue and pink person gray at the bottom of your screen. And if you're over on the tube, call the number on your screen, which is 720-295-4868. All right, do that. Appreciate you. And thank you to Wesley Pillow for the 5. Wesley says, because Black women's work isn't free, much love. I appreciate you, Wesley. Thank you very, very much, friend. Shout out to Wesley, y'all. Also, shout out to Taffy for the $10 super chat. Taffy said, God damn it, not the Lego fund for Bubba's mom now. Not you calling me Bubba's mom. I have a name, sir. No, Taffy, thank you very, very much. But no, I'm trying not to. I really am trying not to become like a Lego person because where the hell, like, will I put them amongst like all the Star Wars stuff? Like as soon as he got back home, he just started building Legos again. He's already built the Darth Vader one that I got for him when I went on my birthday trip, and he has this other one that he got yesterday. But he told me also that he has the R2D2 one. He got that when he was at his dad's. And I said, "Where is that one? I haven't seen that one, so I really do want to see that one because like he hasn't shown me. So I want to see it. Because like he goes and he looks at he has really awesome grandparents. He has a really awesome grandparents. That's all I can say. Really awesome grandparents. All right. Did I freeze? I hope not. There we go. Got it back. Okay, guys, let's continue on. If again you are a Trump supporter. Oh wait, I didn't read all the thank yous. I'm sorry. I need to take a nap. Lacey, thank you for the $1. Lacey did say, although it is used as a slur, the guess was correct. Okay, transgender is pre-op and transsexual is post-op. Oh, that's new information. Well, thank you very much, Lacey. I appreciate you, friend. Okay, thank you very, very much. All right, so context is going to be important. Also, if you are still here, everyone, please drop some hearts in the chat for Shauna. Thank you, Shauna, for purchasing your Juneteenth bruh cap. I hope you enjoy it. All right, I like this hat a lot. I'm probably going to wear it for the next week, okay, because I love this hat. All right, I like the colors and they pop. So there's that part. Also, Nina sent 2 and said, for the crazy dudes today, the fuck? I know, Nina. I don't know what the fuck is happening either, but we got to keep on keeping on. Thank you all so much for your kindness and for your generosity. All right. If you like to support me, support the stream. The links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. I also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right. Appreciate you all so much because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. All right. Thank you guys for the heart means. Appreciate y'all. Naris, hi friend. Are you a Trump supporter? I'll send you a request to unmute. Naris, are you a Trump supporter? Naris going once. Naris going twice. Nope. Okay. Anywho, I'm not even gonna say. I'm just gonna say I'm better than Trump supporters. I beat the final boss, by the way. I just want to let you all know that. The guy said that his friend was gonna call in and prove me wrong about everything. And within 5 minutes, he ended up conceding and then he crashed out. It was fun. I enjoyed it. The video is available in full over on YouTube. All right. And also the clip is available here on the TikToks. Just saying. Just saying. Right. It was so much fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I did. I enjoyed that a lot. We'll have to see what happens. But yeah, you know.
I just want to let y'all know that in the final boss video that Erica uploaded, that I liked and shared and stuff, I think she was beating the final boss on super easy, barely an inconvenience mode, because I saw no challenge,
It was so easy.
which is typically with the average Trump supporter.
It was so easy. It was just easy. I tell you, I tell you, the only thing that like Trump supporters can maybe argue better than I can would be the minutia of the economy. All right, when you get down to like the weeds of it. All right, but even then, like we'll still have stats and data to show. All right, that no, he was right. First term, he was riding Obama's coattails, and even in the second term, what we do have is that his tariffs have been detrimental to the economy. Did you hear what he said on True Social about oil prices?
Nope.
I gotta
Wait,
pull
was
that
it the
up.
price gouging concession?
Yes. Yes. He said that they're not raising price, they're not dropping prices commensurate with the cost of a barrel, and because he said that they are price gouging. He said that, and I was like, wait, who wanted to implement price gouging legislation?
Wow, that's crazy. It's almost as if we could have avoided this.
Could have avoided. Does it start with Kamala and end in Harris?
I was going to say it starts with Kamala, ends in never.
Because Kamala would never. Get your Kamala would never tees and caps and hoodies at hectorshops.com. I have a tee, I have a hoodie, and I got 2 hats. All right. So go get your Kamala would never gear at hectorshops.com. That's Hector with 2 R's. Because
Kamala would never.
God damn it. Speaking of, thank you, CS. I'll just say your initials for your purchase of the Kamala Would Never hat and the Kamala Would Never mug.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to you. I changed the gift goals to let them cook because I never really do that one. So I'm going to do it today. Let them cook. I ain't going to be cooking nothing because these Trump supporters are scared. And I want to show you 2 things. All right. Because as soon as I try to show you something, the motherfuckers are going to call in. All right. To get on my damn nerves and not say anything of importance. That boy said because he has conservative values. And I said, would you please not elaborate. Would you please expound on that? Huh? What? Are you well? The fuck is wrong with you? Jeez Louise, these people. These fucking people. What's wrong with them? Okay, let's just break it down for me and see. Let me make sure I can do this here. Okay. Ba-da. All right. Crazy. Oh, this is a neat little chart right here. I'm going to show this to you guys. This is pretty cool. Alrighty then. Oh, my mama. Oh, my hood. There we go. It's like whenever you're looking for something, you can't find it when you like actually need it. It's the weirdest thing ever. Okay, there we go. I have to crop this. One moment, y'all. Fudgesicles. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it down here. And there we go. Alrighty then. This is a cool little table that actually compares what's in the packages. You can't see my eyeballs. All right, so you won't be able to see me roll them, but here we are. This is pretty neat. So basically, these are the policies that are included in the 21st Century Act. That not 21st Century Act, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act is what we're looking at. Two other acts are they're being compared to is the Road to Housing Act and Housing for the 21st Century Act. Okay, so let's see. Oh, I should have put my contacts on. The green font is hard for this old lady to see. All right, reform housing, counseling, and financial literacy programs. That's a good deal. It has raised the cap on bank public welfare investments. Why do I always say welfare like that? Investments to 20%. Okay, that's a good deal. All right. Let's see here. It doesn't have an incentivization for communities receiving CDBG to increase housing supply. Well, we will have to see what this is here. Hector, do you know much about this bill?
I did an overview. That chart there specifically, I went through a couple of the things, and I'm not going to even sit here and act like I know all of the terminology.
Yeah.
I did look into a good bit of it, and it does seem to be pretty good. Can't really complain much about it. My only criticisms would actually be the section specifically prioritizing "quote unquote" opportunity zones, because of course it was sponsored by Tim They'll Never Pick Him Scott. But overall, the legislation is worth a damn.
Can we leave opportunity zones like where they belong in 2020?
They're about to do a new census. I forgot what the other term for it is, because we're currently in the first quarter. It's like something one, and then they're about to do a second one that will last until 2036. So,
Oh my God. Yeah, the current one I was reading, it's supposed to end in 2028. And so they're going to be doing another round. That's not a good deal because all opportunity zones do is it allows the people with the money, all right, to buy up the property. That's it. It's all it does. All right. And historically, who are the people with the money? There we go. We've already seen that. We have the corporations coming in and buying the businesses. Yeah, they're going to open up a Starbucks in your neighborhood, but are they going to hire you to work at that Starbucks? No. They're going to open up a Whole Foods in your neighborhood, but are they going to hire you to work at the Whole Foods? No. All right. And you're just going to get pushed out of the neighborhood. It doesn't friggin' work. We've seen it time and time again. Who's Carol and why does it keep yapping?
also raises property taxes. Thank you so much, JF, for your purchase of the Make 2 + 2 = 4 again and the 6,000% shorts. WCU.
Hey, shout out to you. Awesome. Also, Dean, thank you for the 2. Oh, that sucks. Okay, send me a message on the Discord, please. What size did you order? Because I got mine and it's too big. I don't have to read it out loud, I know, but you got to tell me what size you got. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hector, go live.
Yeah, I'm going. I knew it was you for it. I just didn't want to say your name.
This isn't going to give you, this isn't giving you much hope, is it?
No, it's not. I'm about to break my rule. And y'all know I have a rule. I don't like to go live close to or after 8 p.m. and I'm about to break it. And I'm probably going to regret it. So whoever's in here, and if you're, still up to no good tonight, feel free to come through and help me not regret it because it's going to be rough.
At least you have
On that
women
note,
clear out your gift gallery for you.
I got 4 of those motherfuckers left. Also, y'all playing with the gift gallery over here? Hold up.
It's Wednesday. Look at
Bro,
it.
these ain't even crazy.
Nope. And
Hold up.
also, we went to B3. Now we're back in B4.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, y'all, knock out the gift gallery. You're a bigot.
Yep. I keep trying to tell people that like TikTok rewards engagement, but nobody listens to me. Oh, that was Taffy. I thought that was tarot for some reason. Oh, thank you, Hector, for knocking out the hand hearts. Appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Hector. Also, guys, please do drop some hearts in the chat for. Let me see here. Hector for the hand hearts. Blacker Tony. I don't know why you named yourself that because I don't think that you're here, but you know what? I'm with that shit. I'm with it. Thank you, Blacker Tony, with the hat and mustache. Also, Frey for the heart, the kissy face hearts. Frey for the fireworks. The Bell for the donuts. Miss Kitty for the galaxies, and Miss Kitty also for the money guns. And Breeze for the roses. Thank you, Breeze. All right, God damn, we still the corgis. Well, meteor shower. Leon. Oh my gosh, Shauna, bitch, I'm a dog. Thank you, Shauna. How many did you send, Shauna? 3. Wow, this isn't bad. Oh my God, I'm a superhero. Shauna, thank you. Bitch, I'm a dog. Somebody said, what is the host resume looking like? I don't know. Why don't you request stuff and come find out? Oh, Blacker Tony, you're here. Thank you for the donuts, friend. I like your name. I do. I do like it.
Yeah, hi.
G-Man or G-Man, whatever. Are you a Trump supporter?
I was just wondering what your resume looked like because you're talking about immigration, I think, the other day.
What do you mean resume? You want to know what my credentials
Yeah, so what is your
gives me the authority, so an appeal to authority to speak about immigration?
Well, I think if you're going to ask about health issues, you want to talk to a doctor, right?
Ask about health issues, you want to talk to a doctor? Yeah, I do think that you want to talk to a doctor about health issues, but I also think that people can also have an opinion about it, especially if the opinion is rooted in fact.
Okay, tell me about your facts on immigration.
I'm so
Do you think it's
sorry.
illegal to come in
this was
between
a
the ports of
question and
entry?
answer session.
Well, yeah, but I was talking. You brought me up. You told me to come up here.
But here's the thing. I honestly don't like when a certain demographic of people try to make demands of me. So I don't think you might want to.
Demographic? I'm Hispanic.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm a brown person.
A certain demographic of people.
A certain demographic of people. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm. That's the question that you should have asked at first.
Are you trying to avoid immigration?
About race.
Are you trying to avoid immigration
I'm not
talk?
trying to avoid immigration. You just don't get to lead this conversation. I don't know.
Okay, so let's talk immigration, if you don't mind.
So there's that part.
Okay, if you don't mind, we can talk about immigration. Well, now, I'm going to bring it up. Okay, so do you think that it's illegal to come in between the ports of entry?
Do I think that it's illegal to come in via the ports of entry?
Yep.
Yeah. I do actually,
okay.
Because unfortunately, with the system in which we live in, we do have borders, unfortunately. And if you come outside of a port of entry, all right, then you're going to have to file likely a defensive asylum claim.
Sure. And so are there times that they cannot claim asylum? I know you're reading it.
No, I'm looking up at the top of my screen. The times that they can't file a claim, no, why wouldn't they be able to file a claim? You can claim asylum.
Well, because
whether that claim is approved or not, all right, depends on why you are filing
wrong.
It has to be actually verified.
That's wrong. So there are people who have
wrong from?
Because if they have a previous order of removal from the country and they're barred from reentering for 5 years, they can be taken into a reinstate position with the WNTA. They get a warrant of arrest notice to appear. Actually, let me back up. They don't get a WNTA, rather. So when they come in and they had a previous order of removal, we simply reinstate the previous order of removal. We don't send them to a judge, so they don't get a chance to claim asylum. And also, when you claim asylum, you can't claim it again in the future.
You just asked the question of, all right, you asked, is it illegal
so
to
you were
cross
wrong.
the border? So you were talking about, all right, I made an assumption, which was wrong for me to make an assumption.
Yes, you did.
I thought you were talking about people who first crossed into the country. That's all.
Okay. Well, even if they come into the country for the first time, they don't always are able to claim asylum. It depends on the country also. If they're on a particular list that you're not privy to, we actually don't give them asylum opportunities.
What list would that be?
They can be part of I would just call it a dangerous list. I'm a former Border Patrol agent, and I'm telling you that we do have certain lists for certain people from certain countries. And I processed thousands of them. So what you were saying was not necessarily true.
Okay, so what would be your point?
Well, my point is that we have content creators that come up here and talk about topics that they don't quite understand.
Okay, so do you think that there are people who talk about the actual legalities of immigration or how Donald Trump is doing it? Because would it be a fact that Donald Trump has violated people's due process rights?
Yes, I believe he has with ICE, and they just recently came in and said that you can't arrest anybody at the courthouses.
Okay. Yeah, they did say that because the Trump administration was, in fact, arresting people at courthouses. All right. So I think the issue that you all have here is that you are making an assumption, all right, that people have a problem with deportation itself. And that's not the issue. The issue at hand is how it is actually being carried out. It's being carried out in a illegal at times and also and oftentimes inhumane manner. So there's that part.
I agree, but here's the problem.
So I have a question for you. I wasn't finished, sir.
Sure.
I have a question for you. All right. When have I ever stated to be an expert on immigration?
Well, first of all, you invited me up here. You told me to come up here. I just wanted to know what your background is because I found
you wanted to know the resume, so I wanted to know. All right.
Well, it matters. It matters.
When have I ever stated to be an expert on immigration?
I didn't say you were an expert. I just simply asked what your background was. Hold on. You're making assumptions. I just asked what your resume was. I heard you talking about immigration.
Based off of our conversation thus far, sir.
No, you're making deductions that are false. And what I'm saying, I just asked you one question. I only asked one question. What was your resume? And you took offense to it.
And also, you working for the border means absolutely nothing. Because if you were doing an actual debate, that would be an appeal to authority. Is what that would be.
Well, see, here's the thing: is you're trying to conflate educating with debating, and I'm telling you from firsthand experience, it's not always the case. When you come into the United States, entry without inspection, you can still be charged with an 8 U.S.C. 1325, but you can still claim 8 U.S.C. 1158 in most cases.
It is a way in which you come across. So if you come across, and this is an observation, if you come across like an asshole, then you cannot be offended, all right, when someone responds to you in kind.
No, so but you said nothing of truth. You're making assumptions of what I asked. All I asked in the comment section was, what was your resume looking like?
Sir, like, work on your approach to people. So
and so what would my approach be to you?
With that being said, sir, all right, what is your end goal here?
My end goal is to ensure that the people on TikTok get good information, because if you don't have a firm understanding of immigration, I think people need to understand that it's simply just your opinion on what you think is happening at the border.
But you would have to correct me on something that I have actually said.
I did.
Not the question
on your asylum
that
claim.
You asked. No, absolutely not. Not the question that you asked. All right. When have I stated something incorrect in regards to, all right, immigration? That's
the very first thing you said about asylum was incorrect. There's nuances to it.
No, I said not on the question in which you asked.
Because you said that they can come in and claim asylum.
You asked the resume question beforehand. All right.
I asked it in the comments. I was just asking about your resume.
So what is it that you, all right, what is it that you heard, all right, that I said that was wrong? That's all I'm asking.
Didn't you say that it was a civil violation to be in the U.S.?
When did I say it was a civil violation?
I heard you on another live, but didn't you say it was a civil violation? Am I hearing incorrectly?
Violation for the first offense, and I always say for the first offense it can be a civil violation, because then after that is when they consider it to be criminal. So
okay, no, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay,
so when you enter the country, it is a violation of 8 U.S.C. 1325. Okay. It's not a civil violation. It's a misdemeanor, punishable up to 6 months in jail or you can be fined. The only time that we really consider it as a civil violation is if there's an overstay and it's beyond 2 years that you've been here in the U.S. And if you've been here since the 1970s, you can even be on a registry and get your legal permanent residency much easier. So just saying that entering the country is just a civil violation, that's not necessarily true.
So what would be the purpose of all of this? All right. If Trump, all right, the Trump administration, all right, is again denying people due process rights, using administrative warrants as judicial warrants, all right,
I-205s.
detaining. No,
Yes,
what?
it's an I-205. It's an I-205.
I don't care what the form number is.
Well, I'm
sir,
just
because
telling
I
you what
don't
it
do
is.
the-
It's important.
No,
I think you should look it up.
The thing is, here's the deal, right? Here's the thing that I want you to understand. All right, is that I can say a I-205, all right, to you, and you would know what I'm talking about. All right, but
Yes.
guess what? All right, the everyday person wouldn't have any idea because they don't have any use for that knowledge. But what they do have a use for is knowing the difference between an administrative warrant
The reason
and a
I understand.
judicial warrant.
I understand. The reason I'm telling you the I-205, the only reason why I'm telling you about the I-205 is so that you can look at the specifics regarding the I-205. It does
And the
not give or
specifics mean, I know what an administrative warrant is. It means that it's written by ICE, all right, and it's typically signed by a supervisor within ICE, all right, and they
Okay,
give
but
it
do you
to
know
the
what it's usually
officers.
for, though?
Yeah, it's usually to just detain the person, to go pick them up. It's not a warrant where they can actually go and search that person's property.
Good, I agree with that. So the reason why it's important to know and have the people hear the I-205 is so that they can look it up themselves. Here's another piece of information.
You also can tell them to look up an administrative warrant.
Do you know
Can you
about
not?
Operation Stone
Answer the
Garden?
question. Can you not?
Say again, go ahead.
Can you also tell them to look up an administrative warrant? What is an administrative warrant?
Yes. Yeah. Well, you've already explained it well. It's an I-205 that's signed and created by ICE, or it could even be Border Patrol agents, and they're using it to access homes, which is not supposed to be happening under an I-205. So you're correct on that. I'm not going to say that you're not correct, but I'm explaining why it's important to tell them the document so that the people can actually
They're
see
giving you a correction in the chat.
the
by the
document.
way.
What's the correction?
Scroll and see.
I don't know. Anyways, so this is my point. Okay, if you look up things like
I-205 is a warrant of removal issued by U.S. immigration.
I understand it can't be used to go into a home. You just can't have a ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent sign the document and go into a home to remove them from the country. That's not the way it works, especially when they're already in removal proceedings. So if they're already in removal proceedings and they have an NTA, then we have to adhere to that NTA. There's nothing we can do. We can't remove them at that point. But guess what? That's exactly what the Trump administration was doing. Listen, it's important to know the nuances, because if you're talking about Operation Stone Garden, are you familiar with it?
One moment. Okay, so here's the thing, all right? The I-205, all right, in just reading here, all right, is a specific type of administrative warrant. So are you saying that's the only kind that ICE will use?
No, there's different. I wasn't in ICE, and I'm not sure exactly what I can look it up. I can start up my computer and look it up, but I can tell you when we're talking about. Well, I just said.
Talking specifically about just the use of administrative
Erica,
warrants.
You're missing my premise.
I'm not missing your.
I'm not talking about the I-205. That was not the point. My point was the reason why I say it's an I-205 publicly is so that the public can look up the document themselves. Simply saying it's an administrative warrant, this will give them an actual firm understanding of what the I-205 actually does.
You just told us that context matters, yet you mentioned the name of a warrant out of context.
That wasn't my context. That was not my premise.
It doesn't matter because context matters. That's the whole point.
Okay, then if context matters, and I did say that.
Is that here's the thing. All right, I get it that you want to be extremely technical about these things. I get that. I understand it. All right. It's what you used to do for a living. Like, kudos to you. Thumbs up. All right. The thing is that the people who are listening, because I don't do this for people on the panel, it's for the people that are listening. All right. If they hear administrative warrant, where they should be using
Mm-hmm.
judicial warrant, then in their brains, it's going to click and they're going to say, oh, what's the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant? All right. And all they're going to do is they're going to do the research to actually learn what is the difference and also cross-reference what I've said about an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant, all right, to see, because they're basically fact-checking me on those two things. All right, saying an I-205, all right, again, that is a warrant for immediate removal. That's not
How
what
about
the Trump
I-200s?
administration, that's not what the Trump administration was doing.
How about I-200s?
Yeah, the I-205.
No, I-200.
Okay. Because these are different.
Okay, so you're not familiar with an I-200?
Warrants that you're listing here.
Okay, I've used I-200s. Do you know what those are for? You have to get on a computer. Okay, so this
You know
is
what?
the reason.
You know what? I don't know the fuck you think you are, but you're gonna stop taking that tone with me. I really don't know who you think you are. All right. If your purpose here is to actually educate, stop being a dick about it. If you want to keep being a dick about it, I'm gonna turn into a bitch. And I guarantee you, me being a bitch is a lot
I'm not
bigger
worried
than your
about it.
dick. I want you to
Nah,
know
don't worry about
that.
it.
So like chill the fuck out, bro.
Why are you sexualizing
Like I
me?
literally have already asked you questions.
There's
and have
literally
been
nothing you
engaging
can
with
do
you.
about
I've
it.
engaged with you. Stop being an asshole.
I just asked you
Stop
about an I-200. I just
Like,
asked you
good
about an
grief.
I-200. All I did was ask you
Like,
about an
shut the fuck
I-200.
up. That's not
That's
what
it.
you
That's
did.
all I asked you.
That's literally
I just said, what's
not
an
what you
I-200?
did. What you did was you was like, you're gonna have to open up a computer. Like, bro, fuck you and the bitch that should have swallowed.
Well, you
and by
do-
all
that's-
means, get the
that's
fuck off
why-
my panel. Goodbye, you piece of shit. Tis it, tis all. The fuck? Goodbye. Matter of fact, catch this right here, and I hope you record it, bitch. The fuck? Go now. Get. The fuck? It's like, because here's my deal. I don't know if you all were watching, but I ask questions. Don't be a condescending prick if your goal is to actually educate. Don't be a condescending prick. So there's that part. Tis it, tis all. It's recorded. This is available also on YouTube if you want to go get it right now. There's that part. There's that part. Also, again, all right, the technicalities of these matters is not what's important in this sense, all right? Because that's not what the average American is talking about. What the average American needs to understand is what's actually happening, all right? So when we talk about needing immigration reform, all right, we're not talking about a line on an I-205 or an I-200 needs to be changed. No, we're talking about the fact that administrative warrants, all right, need to be used correctly and that the Trump administration has to be held accountable, all right, for using these warrants illegally, all right, per the Fourth Amendment, all right, that guarantees everyone, all right, their rights, that no one has a right to be illegally searched or seizured, and that you have to have a warrant in order to do so, a judicial warrant. That means one signed by a judge for them to enter your property. All right. ICE, all right, Customs and Border Patrol, all right, like those people under an administrative warrant, they cannot enter your home, all right, without permission. Without permission. What the Trump administration, and we saw this in Minneapolis on several occasions, is that they were entering people's homes without permission on, I just said several different occasions. They were entering people's homes without permission, and they were searching people's property, all right, without permission. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. There's that. Additionally, but it's not, Nina, it's not even about now opening your doors, friend, because of the simple fact is that also they use a battering ram to get into one person's home. They use that, all right? They use that. That person actually sued because they took him from his home in Minneapolis and took him down to Texas. And a judge said, you have to bring him back. So there's that part. And yes, they also use trickery. So it's like, still, guys, all right, The thing is, you have to know the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant, and also what they look like. All right. That's what you need to. And you need to look. And the main thing that you have to look for, all right, is what it says at the top of it. And then also whether or not it has a signature of a judge is what needs to happen. Hey, the name of the form, by all means, sir, by all means, if that's your mission, your testimony, by all means, all right, get on live and go through the technicalities with people. I'm pretty sure that people will appreciate it. The fuck are we even doing here? Anywho, is Hector live? And I ain't gonna hold y'all. Engagement has been ass. Can't hold you. We have someone named Coach Nick trying to join. I don't know if they're available or not. But I said I'd be back for an hour, right? This person's not loading. Oh, I don't know if they did or not. Oh, guys. Oh, wow. The stalker is still going strong, huh? Fucking weirdo. Hey, stalker, watch how I do this to you, too. Fucking weirdo. I don't know why you all expect me to, like, I don't know. Why do people expect me to, like, be nice to these people? I don't have to be nice to you. I don't know where you get that falsehood from. I don't have to be nice to you. I really don't. Like, fuck you. All right. And fuck your mama too. All right. And fuck your granny. Okay. Your auntie, your sister, your cousin. All right. Fuck all of your people. Like 10 generations back. Like, fuck all y'all. I don't care. I don't. I don't care. I don't care. All right. I don't care. All right. And I know this is insane, but like anything that I have said right here, right now, all right, as a woman with a microphone, I would literally say it in your face. I would. And I would dare you to do something about it. That's all there is to it. I don't give a fuck. That's it. If we need 1933 Germany, you know what? You live how you want to live. You live how you want to live. You know what? I hope you get your wish. I won't be here. All right? I won't be here. You're weird. That's all I got. Just wicked. Wicked work. Wicked work. No one answered the question. Seriously. Finding Kiera? I think I saw that right because I don't have my glasses on. Oh, fuck. I don't care about these people. I have thank yous. Let me see here. Allison, thank you for the $1. Alice said, this is Bobby G, if you didn't know. I don't know who Bobby G is. Who is Bobby G? Dean sent $1 and said, okay, I got you, Dean. All right. Hey, I for anyone who messages me on Discord, I just want to let you know that like I'll see it after the live. I will. I'll see it after the live. And Mama G, thank you for the 5. Mama G said, I'm an ADA professional and I was curious if you ever heard about on the memo regarding disabled people from the DOJ. Oh yeah, I was reading about that and it's very concerning. So basically like earlier this week, if not late last week, the Trump administration sent out a memo that pretty much said that states don't have to integrate people with disabilities into like the classroom, into society, just keeping it simple, right? That's the simplest part of it. Matter of fact, we can take a look at the memo. I will pull it up. Okay, let's see here. Hello.
Hi, Erica.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. All right. You can tell the people about the letter.
Yeah, so essentially this memo that came from the DOJ, it describes that they are trying to basically take away the protections that offers equal opportunities to individuals with disabilities. So the long-standing, I believe it's 27 years old, court case from the Supreme Court that held up integration. 37, excuse me?
It's
I
37.
apologize,
It's
37
okay.
years old. Um, and that bill basically supports the rights of individuals for integration in schools, et cetera, to make sure that people with disabilities have equal access as number one under the ADA, but number two, those supports in their communities that allow them to not essentially be institutionalized. And that's the biggest concern that I have as a professional in this space is that I do workplace accommodations, but when we see accommodations happening in schools, that heightens the success later in life.
It does.
And that's my biggest concern is that we are going to see children with disabilities be pushed out of public school systems and be discriminated against in that manner.
IEPs and 504 plans?
Yes, ma'am. Yep. That'll be exactly what's impacted. And then as far as like in-home health and things of that nature that were typically like state funded will no longer be required per the memo. So it's not a law. Let me be very clear. This does not erase the ADA law. It just takes away the safeguards that held states accountable, if that makes sense.
I can't see a state like Arizona like not providing those protections for children, especially children with disabilities, right? But I can see a state like Mississippi or Texas or Alabama, all right, not providing
Absolutely.
those
And
services and not being held accountable.
absolutely. And Florida, if y'all are not aware, has already been kind of uh, degrading the diplomas, the high school diplomas of individuals with IEPs. That was something they were pushing for in Florida. Basically, you could complete high school, but your diploma doesn't hold the same level of weight for further education. In the state of, yes, I would look it up. Absolutely. They've been pushing for that for a minute and
That's
also taking
disgusting.
away.
How
Yeah.
the fuck did we end up with a government on state levels and also federally, like in multiple states, like people who believe in fucking eugenics? How do we get here?
I really have no idea, Erica.
I don't know
I
if
really
you
don't.
follow me, but this touches home. I'm
I do.
kind of upset.
I do. I do follow you. And Tennessee, also for those who may have immigrant children in Tennessee, please be aware of those protections going away medically as well. They're about to push a bill for pulling the funding for, it might make me cry a little bit, I'm sorry, pulling the funding for immigrant children with terminal illnesses. So basically, their immigration status would be taken into question. Yes.
To receive care for
When
terminal
offering those services.
illnesses?
Correct. So things like cerebral palsy, cancer, terminal illnesses, that those cares that they have because they're in the process of obtaining citizenship wouldn't be there until they were actually a citizen, or that would be fed over to ICE and then potentially then be deported, which would then be a unaliving sentence for those children. Because those countries don't have the resources.
Who does this benefit?
The rich white people who think that we are a drain on the system, and by we I mean disabled people. That's the only thing that makes sense, realistically.
We can't go back.
And we're seeing it now. Do you remember when?
Hold on, I'm sorry, friend.
Go ahead.
I'm just
No,
saying,
you're
we
fine.
can't go back to a time where like people are forced into institutions. We can't go back to that time. We can't. I also don't believe that we cannot go back to a time where children with disabilities were segregated. from
Yep.
their peers, because integration, like when you take special ed and you take the general education classrooms, like when you take them and you put the kids who are able to integrate into the general education classroom together, they have those children with the learning disabilities or the behavioral issues, you actually see those improve.
Yep.
You see it, you see them improve when they're able to hone those social skills.
Mm-hmm.
It gives
Absolutely. Makes you want to take a deep breath and throw something. Absolutely. The one last thing I'll say, and then I'll let you continue your show. I apologize.
You're fine.
I definitely do not mean to commandeer your space, but I do want everybody here to know that in the EEOC has historically been protective of individuals with disabilities. However, with this administration at the helm of the EEOC, it is going to be extremely important for people of Black and brown, skin color / any other minority groups, et cetera, to be very, very careful in terms of your reports. Have everything documented, because when you go to pull those claims to the EEOC, that is going to be a factor, unfortunately, with this administration. And I worry about that as well.
What do we do to what do you think what do we do to help our children who have IEP or a 504 plan? Our children that live with disabilities or a disability.
So the best thing that I can say is to continue to advocate. And even if that means banging on tables at school board meetings, showing up and advocating for your children, because the system is not doing that. As far as if you feel like your rights have been discriminated against, anybody within this chat can DM me, and I will point you in the right resources for your state, or if it reaches a federal level. But continue to push and advocate, because if this admin continues the way that it's been going this entire time, we are going to be in a situation where our disabled individuals will be pushed out of the workforce because their protections will be gone. And then we will have overflowing institutions making money off of our family members.
I just have this sneaky suspicion when it comes to the Trump administration. You know how on the American with Disabilities Act, like how when you apply for a job, they ask you if you have any of these disabilities, right? Because you're supposed to be protected, right? I honestly think that they're going to start using that against people. That they're going to allow, of course, I think you mentioned this earlier, but discrimination. So if you select one of those things, then they're gonna just
Absolutely.
nope.
Absolutely. And the issue here is that in most cases, that's the part of the ADA in which I work under is Title I, which is workplace protections. And what we see a lot of times is over the last 2 years at least, is people, when we talk to them about their request, their major concern, which we didn't see before, is, am I going to get fired?
I was just thinking that too. Are they going to start firing people for
Am I
living
going
with
to lose my
ADHD
job?
or autism? Are they going to start
Because a
firing
lot of
people for
times
living with diabetes? Like, what are we going to, what the
these
hell?
accommodations that we make 9 times out of 10 don't cost the employers anything. Most times it is simply, I need an extra break, or I need a nominal screen, a monitor that costs $300 for a Fortune 500 company. These are very small asks 9 times out of 10. And the ADA historically has been very broad
I have a
about
question.
what.
I'm
Yes,
so sorry to cut
ma'am.
you off.
I have an
I'm
answer.
interested. What about FMLA? Because FMLA is something that's available, all right, to protect people. Hi, Ari. To protect people, typically if they had to endure a surgery, so it protects your job. You had to have a surgery, or you're dealing with a medical condition, or you have to take time off for mental reasons, like whatever. All right. If the thing is to push people with disabilities out of the workplace, then, all right, they can even look at something as being pregnant and giving birth as a disability.
Yes. So there is, for people who don't know, there is what's called the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. The acronym is PWFA. And that act in specific applies protections for pregnant employees. They would have to repeal that act. It went into effect in 2024. They would have to repeal that act and then go after FMLA in order to actually achieve that. ADA is going to be probably easier to attack than a medical leave law. And the reason being is, go ahead. I apologize.
No. You don't have to apologize. No. Go ahead. Finish. I'll say the question.
No, you're fine. So the FMLA would be harder to repeal because of the wide array of conditions that it covers and how it is monitored on a federal level in terms of employers having logs of these things. ADA, a lot of times, is overlooked in its importance, and a lot of employers are uneducated. FMLA has been around a lot longer as well.
Okay. And so then, I think the last question that I would have for it then is, the main thing is that it's just going to be the federal government not holding states accountable, all right, for providing the community based and the home services for people with disabilities. All right. So pretty much meaning is that if there is a kid with an IEP and his IEP says that he has to get occupational therapy for at least, let's say 300 minutes a month, right? If the school doesn't abide by that, then there's not going to really be any oversight to make them do it. Is that what is happening here? Or is it going to be they're
One
just
moment.
not
I'm
going
so
to offer
sorry.
it at all?
My kids were coming to say goodnight. So under what this memo indicates, it's changing the opinion of the DOJ as it relates to the Supreme Court's ruling on the matter. So that's where it gets super muddy, because now it's well, we can just leave this up to interpretation. And one state like Alabama is going to interpret much differently than California, Minnesota, Arizona, New York, states that typically have been for their marginalized people to a degree, right?
Yeah.
Versus states where they want to ensure they keep people impoverished. They want to ensure that they keep making money on their poverty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if they have more people in these institutions, then they can peel money off that too. Because I don't know if anybody's looked into the costs of what it costs to live in one of those institutions. But even if your family's not the one paying the dime on that, somebody is.
Somebody's paying.
And it's going to be the taxpayers. Yep. No, and for the question in the chat, FMLA only applies to job protection. Short-term disability is what pays you.
Yeah, short-term and long-term.
They run concurrent.
Yeah.
Yep, they run concurrent typically.
Well, Mama G, thank you for giving us this information. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I heard Danny talking about this the other day. And of course it's something that sparked my interest because of circumstances. And I was like, oh, okay. Interesting. Be a
But if you ever need resources,
say it again, love.
Absolutely. If you ever need resources, information, an opinion on something, I'm always here if you need anything.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. If you could, can you say something in the chat so I can follow you?
Absolutely, will do. Bye, Erica. Have a great
Appreciate
night.
you, friend. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat from Mama G, y'all. Thank you very much. You can drop yourself. It's cool. Thank you very, very much. Like, what is happening? I don't. The thing about the Trump administration, which I always notice, is that they never get clear instructions. Things are typically left up in the air. And that's tough. That's tough. And then we have our 14th Amendment that says no, because the Equal Rights Protection Clause, right? But that's per state. It's not per the government. It's per state. This is tough. I'm sorry, guys. I have a lot of stuff to I'm thinking about way too much at one time. Did Mama G comment yet? I need her to comment so I can follow her. I haven't seen it. Someone let me know. Someone named Rod, like in the chat, like going absolutely unhinged. The heck? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Okay, guys. Go say hi to Hector. Go say hi to Hector. All right. I'm pooped out. I'm pooped out. This is how I feel. Yeah, that's it. There's the face. There it is. Yep. I'm all pooped out. Also, sorry I missed it, but thank you for the bouquet earlier and also the hand hearts. Katie, thank you very much, friend. I appreciate you. All right. So you guys are awesome. Thank you very, very much. I'm just gonna play the I don't know. I'm sad now. I had stuff to do. Stuff to think about. Mr. Melvin, thank you for the $2 super chat, friend. You said it's starting already and your district is feeling it. I believe you. I fucking believe you. This is ridiculous. All I can say is be a fierce advocate for your kids. It's very, very important. If your kids live with disabilities, then you have to be a fierce advocate. All right? And if you gotta shake the motherfucking table, shake the motherfucking table. Don't let them railroad your kids. Please don't let them railroad your kids. I don't see her. Is she been friggin'... I think she has been filtered. Oh, there you go. Found your friend. There you go. All right. Boom. Followed. There we go. I found it. I am going to go be a strong, healthy black man is what I'm going to go do. That's what I'm going to go do. All right. That means I'm going to finish putting together my Lego wreath. And I'm going to put together, all right, the shoe organizer. That's what I'm going to do. I got a shoe organizer that's pretty cool, right? Because I put together a laundry organizer the other day, and I was like, who's the man? You the man. Strong, healthy, black man. All right? That was me. I did that. All right? So I put together a computer chair, too, and I sang that song. And now I'm about to put together something else, and then I'm going to have one more thing that I have to put together. And oh my gosh, who needs a man? Me, motherfuckers. I am tired of putting stuff together. The fuck? It's crazy work. I'm tired of being a strong black man. Shit's a lot of work, man. All right? Anywho, let me get the hell out of here. All right, guys, thank you very, very much. Thank you so, so very much. I appreciate you all. for hanging out here today. Shout out to the tubers. You guys are awesome. Shout out to the TikTokers. You guys are fantastic. Thank you to everyone who sent a gift, who sent a comment, who liked, who shared, who reposted, who subscribed. Thank you to everyone who sent a gift, who sent a dono. I think I said that already, but I have a tendency to repeat myself. But with that being said, I leave you with this as I always do. If you can't do something kind for yourselves, please, please, please do something kind for someone else. I absolutely adore y'all. I really, really do. All right, I will see you all tomorrow. I'm not sure about Friday yet. Either one day this week, 2 days. At some point this goddamn weekend, I'm not going to be on. I don't know if I'm going on Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday. So there's going to be 2 days this weekend that you won't see me. So we'll figure it out. But until then, go say hi to Hector. All right, Hector Talks. Hector Talks is the name. Go say hi. All right, drop some hearts in the chat or something. Do all the good things over there. Show him kindness. All right, and with that being said, guys, deuces out. Bye. Hey, tubers, we haven't ended here yet because I got to do the redirect. So give me a second, and then you guys can go say hi to Hector. I didn't tell you to leave yet, YouTube. The fuck are you doing? Good grief. Everybody hates Chris. That was a good show. I liked it a lot. Well, at times I liked it. All right, there we go. Save. Okay, tubers, I love you. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye.